Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, March 27th. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we will retire to closed session. All right, if we can find seats, please. I think there's some up front here in the front row. The whole front row almost. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, March 27th. May we all rise and pledge the allegiance to our flag. Madam Clerk, can you please lead us?
Let us begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk.
no heckling from the audience.
Report of closed session. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. There was no reportable action taken.
All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda, announcements.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Does any board member have anything to announce? Any staff member?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize the retirement of John Lawless, the Health and Human Services Agency Deputy Director. He's a fan too, John. And I just wanted to recognize John has been here since September of 2014. He's been such a dedicated member of the executive leadership team of Health and Human Services. He's served as our mental health director. He's been instrumental in bringing about programs that were recognized at the state level, integrated dual diagnosis treatment. He's been instrumental in opening a transitional living environment for those engaged in their mental health recovery plans. He's helped bring about the mental health court program. And so I just wanted to take some time to recognize his contributions to our community and thank him for all his years of service.
Thank you. Any other staff member?
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I am here this morning to invite you to our Wagon Walk program. This program the idea was brought to me in November of 2016 by Mike Magana. He contacted my office saying that the animal shelter needed assistance with walking their dogs. So Deborah Showman, with the assistance of Henning, our manager at the animal shelter, came up with this program. There are some requirements to this program, which is attending a 2-hour training with one of our volunteers who teaches you how to socialize the dogs. But this idea is to get our employees, and this program is for employees only, out of their offices at lunchtime and socialize our animals. walk the dogs, pet the cats. And the idea is we know that studies have shown that spending time with the animals releases stress, brings down high blood pressure, and it's a great opportunity for both our employees and our four-legged friends at the animal shelter. So I do invite you to join this program. I also want to remind our employees out there that this program is available, and this is a perfect time of year to start. All right.
Thank you, Judy.
Good morning. Laura Larson from Calaveras County Health and Human Service Agency. Celebrated each year in March is Social Worker Appreciation. March is an opportunity to turn the spotlight onto social workers and highlight the important contributions they make to our community. Calaveras County social workers confront some of the most challenging issues facing individuals and families, and through leadership and advocacy, they champion for families while forging solutions to some of their challenges. Health and Human Service Agency is thankful for the commitment and tireless work performed by social workers throughout the county, but especially during the month of March, we give pause and celebrate all social workers and the contributions they make to our families and the individuals they serve. So I'd like to thank all the social workers who work for the county. I would also like to take a quick moment to speak to John Lawless. The best way to describe John is like a gentle breeze that blows a sailboat through the water. In the short time I've worked with John, I most appreciated his approach to handling tough situations. John was calm and gentle when providing guidance, but always supportive. I would like to wish John a happy retirement and thank him for his work with the county. Thank you.
Any other staff? See none. Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Item number 2 is from the Ag Department to receive a presentation from Calaveras 4-H.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce this item to the Board of Supervisors today. The 4-H is an organization that teaches our children principles of living through hands-on experience. So the children take a concept, plan the concept, execute the concept, and evaluate their project. This is learning that they'll remember for the rest of their lives when they do this. You may go to school and learn something in 6th grade, history, but you won't remember that. But you will remember your 4-H project. And that 4-H project is built on the principles of the 4-H's. You guys know what the 4-H's are? Well, they're head, heart, hands, and health. Head for clear thinking, heart for loyalty, hands for service, and health for better living. These are principles that we can all live by and remember as we age. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Kelsey Marcus Sterrett, who is the 4-H program representative for the taking Rosemary Giannini's place, who is at a livestock fair and judge conference. So without further ado, Kelsey.
Thank you, Kevin. So to clarify, I was the staff for Calaveras and Tuolumne County, and I've just recently stepped down, and so Rosemary Giannini will be taking over my position at this time. And she is at a conference, so I have decided to come in and help put our wonderful kids in this presentation to you guys as the board. We want to start by really just thanking you for all of your continuous support. As Kevin said, 4-H teaches life skills that have our kids lead for a lifetime. So it's things that will help them throughout their entire lives to become the future leaders of our county, of our state, of our country, of our world. They are amazing kids. I was a 4-H alumni here from Calaveras County, and the things that I learned in 4-H is what brought me to be able to come back to the county and serve here where I grew up and learned so much. So we want to really thank you for all things that we've done. Some of our kids who are here today will introduce themselves and share some of their projects, but I wanted to let you know some of the things that are happening countywide that our members have done over this last year. They have been amazing in their individual projects that they do. They do the animal projects. Some of those might go to the fair and either show as breeding projects or in the livestock auction, but we also have projects in industrial arts. And those industrial arts can also be shown at the fair, and they do have an auction there as well. And so I encourage you to come on Friday of fair, not just on the Sunday of fair, to bid on these items that are amazing welding projects, woodworking projects, things that the kids have put their heart and souls into. But 4-H is more than just culminating their projects and exhibiting them at the fair. They have projects that happen all year round. They do continuous fundraising and learning experiences. The kids will share with some of you their fundraiser that's happening up in Mountain Ranch in the middle of next month. In addition, we have countywide events. One of our upcoming countywide events is something we call Home Arts Expo. And this is an event that's open to the public as well. And so it's a public event on Earth Day this year, so April 22nd at Mark Twain Elementary School. And that will be a day where the kids get to exhibit projects that they have done in the industrial arts, but also share those projects and share that knowledge with kids from the community. So it's hands-on experiential learning throughout the entire day, focusing on science, arts and crafts. We have jewelry making. We have service learning projects that are happening throughout the day as well. And it's a great event and a great day that if you guys want to come and see some of the projects that the kids are doing, it's a great day that kind of exumates a lot of what happens in 4-H. We also have kids who are doing a lot of leadership pieces. We have a great summer camp that's happening that Calaveras and Tuolumne put together, and this is going to be our 3rd year of summer camp, and over the last 2 years we have doubled in size in that summer camp. And that summer camp is allowed for any kids in the counties and even outside the county. We had a kid who came down from Alaska last year who was visiting his grandmother, and so he came to our summer camp and got to meet kids in California and share his experiences from Alaska, and that was a really amazing experience. Those camp counselors, the junior counselors, are 14 to 19-year-old teenagers who put on the camp, and they're actually going to be going to a statewide camping conference this year in a couple of weeks to be able to learn better how to put on a summer camp experience. We also had 3 members attend a regional leadership conference up in Nevada City over the winter, and that was something that they got to learn from other kids their age across the counties, that what they do in their projects and how to better lead. So those are just a few of the pieces that 4-H is doing here at home to be able to bring those life skills that are going to lead them for a lifetime. So with that, and without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to some of our amazing 4-H members. And I'll probably have them come stand over here, and I'll move the mic over that you guys can see them. So, all right, guys, come on up. Stand like right here. There you go. Talk to them. They can still hear the microphone, so turn around.
Okay.
They can hear.
Hi, my name is Callie Ansel. I'm 9 years old and I'm going to share some of my projects with you. So this is my 4-H board that I have worked on. It has the life circle of a chicken, and then the 4-H pledge, the inside of the chicken, anatomy of an egg, and then this is an egg fresh test. It's how you can tell if your egg is fresh or if it's not. And if the egg sinks to the bottom, it's fresh. If it floats to the top, it's no longer fresh.
That's good to know.
And what are you going to be doing at the county fair?
I'm showing my show bird and I'm selling meat birds. My meat birds are Cornish cross.
And what else are you doing at the fair?
I'm auctioning off a plant holder that says home on it with a heart, and that I made in woodworking.
Anything else?
And I would like to share the 4-H pledge. I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world. Thank you.
Good job.
invite you to our chili cook-off at Mountain Ranch.
My name is Brant Andolph, and I wanted to show my bird. Red Old English Game Bantam. Rocco. Yeah. 2 years.
Can you show a couple of your moves real quick? Can you display the wing, maybe?
This is Brant displaying the wings. This is what he'll have to do at fair as well when he's showing. So showing some of the skills that he's learned that he will be showing.
See? All right. Good job.
All right.
Very well done.
Very nice. Very well done.
All right, and then we also, can you guys help pass out some of these? Can you help me pass these out? And then we also have some of our kids who weren't able to come. They drew you guys pictures and thank you cards for all the support that you guys give us.
You're welcome.
So again, we just really like to thank all the support that you guys give. These kids have done an amazing job, and it's always so impressive what they can do, because even though I was in 4-H when I was their age, I wouldn't have been able to come and talk with you guys until I was in high school. And so we appreciate everything that you guys have done to help our kids to be able to learn all these life skills that they can help with, that will help not only themselves but our entire communities as they grow up and they become leadership roles in themselves.
I do have a question.
Yes.
What age range are these youngsters?
Guys, how old are you guys?
She was 9. She said her age.
Yeah, she was 9.
She's 9. Brant is, how old are you, Brant?
7.
7.
All right.
And their little sister is 4, so she will be starting in 4-H next year. So you can start in 4-H at 5.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions or questions for the kids? Thank you.
Great presentations.
Very nice.
We'll give you guys all of these.
Give it to the clerk. All right, great presentation. Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Item number 3 is from the library to proclaim the week of April 8th through 14th, 2018 as National Library Week in Calaveras County.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I have the honor of reading the proclamation. It's to proclaim the week of April 8th through April 14th, 2018 as National Library Week in Calaveras County. Whereas libraries are not just about what they have for people, but what they do and with people. Whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions, and library workers and librarians fuel efforts to better their communities and schools. Whereas librarians, library staff, and volunteers are leaders in their institutions and organizations in their communities in the nation and in the world. Whereas librarians continue to lead the way to level the playing field for all who seek information and access technologies. Whereas libraries and librarians look beyond their traditional roles and provide transformative opportunities for education, empowerment, and engagement, as well new services that connect closely with patrons' needs. Whereas libraries and librarians lead their communities in innovation, enhancing STEAM learning with programs and materials, adult literacy services, educational and recreational programs for all ages, and access and training for new technologies. Whereas libraries are pioneers supporting democracy and affect social change with a commitment to providing equitable access to information for all library users, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas libraries lead in working with diverse communities to offer services and educational resources that transform communities, open minds, and promote inclusion and diversity. Whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week. And Chair, I'm asking for a motion and public comment.
I will move this item.
I would second it.
Do we want public comment?
We should have public comment. Any public comment on this item?
Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Nancy Giddens, Calaveras County Librarian. I thank you very much for the opportunity and honor to serve as the librarian of this county. Since I came to this job 2 years ago, the support of the community, county government, and the Board of Supervisors has been so inspiring that it strives us to continue to seek ways to meet the information needs of this county. And they make my job lots and lots of fun. We're working hard to continuously seek new ways to improve our service to everyone. Over 100 volunteers, some of whom are here today, help us each week to support our efforts to serve the community alongside our staff in the Central Library and in our 7 branches. When we need help, my experience has been all county departments give gracious and generous support, advice, and assistance as we work from day to day. And finally, the Board of Supervisors shows its support by approving our plans for improvement and by continuing to value the library as an institution of value in our county. The theme for National Library this year is Libraries Transform. As we celebrate libraries April 8th through 14th, I join with staff to commit to this theme as we help our citizens access information and service for a happier life in a changing world. We will help bridge the technology gaps. We will help them find the information and materials by all means possible and help our children and our youth prepare for happy and prosperous lives in a fast-paced world. It's our pleasure to serve you. Thank you for the opportunity and the support that you give to keep our libraries vibrant hubs in every community in Calaveras County.
Any other public comment? All right, seeing none, bring it back to the board. I have a motion by Supervisor Mills, a second by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaim National Library Week, April 8th through 14th, 2018. All residents are invited to visit the library this week, explore what's new at your library, and engage with your librarian, because you and our library leaders, libraries transform. Nancy, could you come up and possibly bring the rest of your group up? We can have a...
I need to make a correction. It was my motion, and not Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, I was going to do that later.
How about if we just kind of wrap around on this side a little? There we go. Not behind. No. There we go. There we go. Ready? Good job.
Thank you for your work. How you doing? Good job, guys.
Thanks. All right, Madam Clerk, moving on to item number 4.
Item 4 is also from the library to proclaim the naming of the San Andreas branch of the Calaveras County Library as the Hubbard E. Tuttle Library.
Supervisor Oliveira, I believe you have this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a proclamation and naming of the Calaveras County Library building. Whereas many people in Calaveras County worked hard to help our county build a beautiful central library in San Andreas. And whereas the work of Sally Tuttle is especially notable in that she raised matching funds from community members to entitle our county to a grant from the California State Library. And whereas the work of Shirley Hubbardy is especially notable in her efforts to design, install, and maintain the lovely landscape which surrounds the library building. And whereas the Library Commission and the Calaveras County Friends of the Library want to honor these two women for their extraordinary service to our county library by naming the library building the Hubbard Tuttle Building. And whereas the Calaveras County Friends of the Library has offered to pay for the lettering which will be affixed to the building. And whereas this donation has been fully received by the county.
I'll open up for public comments. Public comments on this item.
It's impossible to name all the people who over the years helped make our beautiful Central Library the showcase that it is today. And it is a showcase. When people come from other counties to our library, they are astounded and always comment on how lovely it is. Even though many people have been involved in the creation of this building and its beauty, the Library Commission and the Calaveras County Friends of the Library want to honor two women in our county who did extraordinary work to build and beautify our library. Sally Tuttle, as you heard, worked tirelessly to find donors who would give money to match money that was available from the state of California. She succeeded, and we were able to build our current building, completed in 1995. Still beautiful today. Shirley Hubbardy put on her rubber boots and got to work with the landscaping, planning, executing, and maintaining our lovely grounds, complete with a picnic area for all to enjoy. I'm very honored to have known Sally briefly after coming to serve as county librarian in April of 2016. She showed up at my door on my first day of work with a card which said, "Welcome to our library family." She was my first official welcomer. She remained a staunch supporter of the library and served on the Library Commission until she passed away in November of 2016. Shirley Hubbardy has served as the treasurer of the Calaveras County Friends of the Library since I came and long before that. The beautiful landscaping in at our library would not be what it is today without her physical labor, her planning, and her love. Shirley has been instrumental also in acquiring donations for the Friends of the Library from the Nielsen estate, which will enable us to go on and receive help from the Friends for many years to come. It's fitting that the Commission and the Friends want to honor these two great ladies by naming our building after them. Their great contributions should be and will be remembered.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Clapp, second by Supervisor Gill. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed on this day, March 27th, 2018, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaim that the Calaveras County Library Building be named the Hubbard Tuttle Building.
Bring Shirley. Shirley, come on up. And-
Before I present this item, one quick thing to say. I remember attending a library meeting a long, long time ago when I was first seated as supervisor. And at that meeting, they decided to turn the name of the building what it is today. I'm glad I had a little part of that.
Thank you. Clear the room here. All right, Madam Clerk, item number 5.
Item number 5 is from Public Health Services to proclaim the week of April 2nd, 2018 through April 8th, 2018 as Public Health Week, recognizing the fundamental role that state and local health departments, schools, community-based organizations, and healthcare providers play in carrying out essential public services in Calaveras County.
I've got
You
it.
have it, Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
Go through my notes.
Let's go to right. Thank you. So proclamation declaring the week of April 2nd, 2018 to April 8th, 2018 as Public Health Week, recognizing the fundamental role that state and local health departments, schools, community-based organizations, and healthcare providers play in carrying out essential public health division in Calaveras County. Whereas the Public Health and Human Services Agency, Public Health Division, PhD, works to protect the health of Calaveras residents, and whereas the provision of public health services improves the health and well-being of Calaveras residences, and whereas PhD, in partnership with other departments, works to prevent epidemics and the spread of disease, protect against environmental hazards, prevent injuries, and promote healthy behaviors, ensure food and water safety, respond to disasters, and assist communities' recovery, and assure the quality and accessibility of healthcare services, and whereas Public Health Week also recognizes the schools, community-based organizations, and healthcare providers that work together to plan and carry out essential public health services.
So, public comments.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Dean Kaleda. I'm a local family practice doctor for 22 years, and I've been the health officer for Calaveras County since the year 2000. During the first week of April each year, the Calaveras County Public Health Services Agency brings together communities across Calaveras County to observe Public Health Week as a time to recognize the contributions of public health and highlight issues that are important to improving the health of our community. I'm a private practice physician, and when I see a doctor in my office, we have a one-on-one relationship. But as the local health officer and as our public health department, the community is our patient. And so that's a much different focus. The focus is on the population's health. In many ways, Calaveras County is a healthy place to live. We have low rates of heart disease. We have low rates of most cancers. We have low rates of complications from diabetes. We have low amounts of pollution and violent crime. But in many ways, Calaveras County is sick. We have high rates of motor vehicle fatalities, smoking, obesity, chronic diseases, substance abuse, and rural isolation. If the county were a patient, I'd put it in the hospital. In the trenches of this battle,
not
to
good.
preserve the health of our community, is your local health department. The local health department focuses on preventing the spread of communicable diseases. We offer vaccinations, tuberculosis testing, and other preventative services. We have a car seat program where young mothers are taught how to, safely strap their infant to a car seat, and even free car seats can be provided. We oversee programs that protect the most vulnerable members of our society, such as low-income mothers and their babies, persons with HIV and AIDS. We coordinate to ensure access to the medical care of our residents by working with the medical community closely, doctors, healthcare organizations, to ensure access to care for all of our residents despite their insurance coverage and their income. We work with emergency response partners to ensure the medical health needs of our residents are met during a man-made or natural disaster, and the Butte Fire was a good example of that. We work with the Environmental Health Agency to protect the community against food and waterborne diseases. We have programs to reduce smoking and chronic disease self-management programs. And those are where individuals who have certain health problems, diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, can learn how to do things to better take care of themselves and reduce their risk of problems from that. So your public health department is staffed with a physician, myself, nurses, those with master's degrees in public health, health educators, community health workers, and all the support staff, all with a singular mission to reduce the burden of disease and improve the health of our community. And sometimes that's not really understood, the assets that you have here, the technical expertise that we have in the health department is very high. And I like to say that some of us will rely on the medical system to keep us healthy some of the time, but all of us rely on the public health system to keep us healthy all of the time. And so we have several of the health department and public health services staff here today. And so I'd like to have them recognized as well. Maybe they could even stand up if they don't mind. And this is a group, again, with a lot of expertise and the singular focus of keeping this community healthy and promoting the health of our community. We invite you to an open house, the community and our elected representatives, to a open house at the Public Health Department, which is going to be held on Wednesday, April 4th, this Wednesday, from 2 to 4 p.m. And we'd like to see you there and tell you more about what the Public Health Department does to keep us safe. When we do a good job, you don't know we're here. It's only when there's problems that it becomes apparent that we're not doing what we need to do. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any public comments on this item?
Marty Crane. Thank you, Dr. Kaleda, for bringing this up. We talk about being aware of things for this month or this week but we should be aware all the time of all of these things. And it's a little overwhelming sometimes, but it's called life. And one of the things that I wanted to mention for the library is I'll never forget Sally Tuttle's Dirty Book Club. She did all kinds of wonderful things and did it with fun. It was where they cleaned the donated books, by the way, just for those that need to know. But I just wanted to mention that one of the things that I'm extensively involved with is a collaborative of local agencies. I attend on behalf of the Volunteer Center and Red Cross to a monthly collaborative meeting, coalition meeting of agencies all focused on the emergency preparedness aspect as it relates to our public health. And under the direction of Diane Verkeman, it is expanded to include so many voices that we almost have to get a bigger room. But it's phenomenal, and I think everybody should know about it and attend if you can. So thank you again, and thank you, Dr. Kaleda.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman. With Dr. Kaleda and all the professional health practitioners here, I would like to challenge them to not only recognize April, but also next year perhaps recognize March as National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month. That was a challenge I took on a few years ago, and I have to say I was remiss last year in not bringing it up. But colorectal cancer is the second deadliest cancer, only to lung cancer for both genders. And I would like to see a professional presentation instead of relying upon me, a member of the public, who uses gimmicks to come up and get attention to something that we should all be aware of. Now, I'd like to have 4 volunteers to share some personal information. 1, 2, 3, 4. I had 5, but one of you is missing. If you, in an effort to create awareness, if you wouldn't mind telling us, each supervisor, your age and when your last colonoscopy was.
This is my comment.
We'll start with you, District 1, Mr. Toffanelli. How old are you? And
Chair, I might remind you, this is public comment.
Yeah, it's a public comment.
okay. Well, I would probably say you're probably due. Mr. Oliveira, would you mind sharing your age and your last experience?
I'm over 50 and 2 weeks ago.
Okay, congratulations. Mr. Mills, would you mind sharing?
That's a HIPAA issue.
Okay. Then I'd say you're probably overdue.
Wrong.
How about you, Supervisor Clapp?
I have to have another one when I turn 70.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Something people don't like to talk about, but in the past 5, 6, 7 years, colorectal cancer deaths have been on the decrease because public awareness has been brought into the light, and not a nice topic to consider, but this is also a situation where do as I say and not as I do, because I'm overdue too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
I so move, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that.
Motion by Supervisor Oliveira.
They're going to have fun with that one.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1.
So be it further proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors recognizes the fundamental role the state, local health departments, schools, community-based organizations, healthcare associates, and healthcare providers play in carrying out essential public health services for Calaveras residents. This is passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, State of California, this 27th of March, 2018. Dr. Kalita and possibly Ms. Brinks and the rest of the team, if you'd like to come to the front.
Come on, the whole team. Come on up.
Good job.
Madam Clerk, item number 6.
Item number 6 is from First 5 Calaveras, proclamation declaring April 2018 Child Abuse Prevention Month in Calaveras County.
And I have this one. Proclamation declaring April 2018 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Calaveras County. Whereas children are the future of Calaveras County and deserve our most committed support and protection. And whereas child abuse occurs when people find themselves in stressful situations without community resources and lack the knowledge and skills to effectively cope. And whereas child abuse includes general and severe neglect and physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. Whereas child abuse and neglect increase the likelihood of long-term physical and mental health problems, alcohol and substance abuse, continued family violence and criminal behavior. And whereas research shows that parents and caregivers who seek help in times of trouble are more resilient and better able to provide safety and nurturing for our children. Whereas our community and families are strengthened by social connections, relationships, knowledge, support, and resilience. And whereas as a community, we make children a top priority and take appropriate action to stop the cycle of abuse that destroys the lives of those affected. So, public comment.
Good morning. I'm Robin Davis, and I'm here with members of PCAC, or Prevent Child Abuse Council of Calaveras, also with court-appointed special advocates of Calaveras, and our partners, the Resource Connection, UC Cal Fresh, UC Master Gardeners, and Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency, specifically First Five Calaveras Child Protective Services, and the Calaveras Parent Partners. Of the 619 child abuse reports this year in Calaveras County, 63% were for neglect, where children lack a safe, stable, and attentive environment. Child trauma experts know that this state of chronic fear and stress can alter the structure of a child's developing brain. As adults, when we see signs of troubled children and parents, we work together to encourage support positive changes before a child is hurt. You have a flyer, and we will be gathering for the second annual Light of Hope and Wear Blue Day on April 11th at 5:15 in the UC Master Gardeners Demonstration Garden, right across the way here in the Government Center. And we invite you to share this with the community and come out and bring a friend. We have a number of people, if we can have them stand up, that have blue pinwheels. We're going to have a display in San Andreas this month, or April. And the pinwheel...
Wow. Good job.
The pinwheel is...
Now that's a lot of support.
Yeah, and these are just the partners for April. I mean, we have schools and businesses, other people that are really doing a lot of work to help families. The pinwheel is a national symbol for the happy and healthy childhood that all children deserve. And we have we have 4 speakers, and then we'd like to finish our proclamation.
No problem.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Stacy Fleming, and I became a mom at a very young age of 16 to a beautiful baby girl named Jennifer May. My addiction started at 19 when my second child, Michael David, died of sudden infant death syndrome. I would not be here today if I didn't already have my daughter Jennifer to care for. My addiction took me to many places, one of which was a year in jail. During it, I lost parental rights to 4 of my children. Another was on the last day of July in 2015, I got pulled over with my 2 youngest children, Mark and Jilly, in the car. I got a DUI. I went to jail. The police took my kids, my dog, and my car. I got my dog back the next day. The car was gone forever, and it took a while to get my kids home from Child Protective Services. Told me that I was bypassable. I didn't even know what that meant. Bypassable means that they were not required to work with me for the reunification with my children. I assured them that given the chance, I would prove that I am the best mother for my children and that I wanted to get better. With their help, I was able to attend substance abuse treatment at Behavioral Health, anger management at Higher Road Counseling Center, and parenting classes. I also went to Celebrate Recovery, NA, AA, and with the community support, the support of my social workers, the support of my family, a lot of hard work, and God's grace, I was not only able to get my kids home, but we had our case closed early. Now my husband and I volunteer as peer counselors for Calaveras Parent Partners through HHSA. I help other parents who have had their children removed or are involved with CPS through the process. The best person to help someone with an issue is someone who has gone through that journey. If you are in a dark place, there is hope. Calaveras County has a lot of good resources if you know how to find them. How about all of us help each other ignite the light of hope? Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your service and dedication. My name's Mark. It's my wife, Stacy. I live in Angels Camp with my son, Mark Jr., and my daughter, Jillian. Mark's 11 and Jillian's 6. I'm a recovering addict and alcoholic also. I'm a volunteer for Calaveras County, the peer partner parenting mentoring system. What we do is when the children are removed, we try to get a hold of the parents and get them focused on their needs and what they need to do, the resources that are available to them, and give them some guidance through personal experience. We had our children removed, DUI, but due to the support of our community, our family, our friends, and our church, we got on the road to recovery. It was a dark time. It was a horrible, anxious, anxiety-ridden moment. I'm not an addict by choice or an alcoholic. We've been clean for a number of years, but addiction pursues whoever it wants. You know, it's not a sickness of choice. Like I said, when the children are removed by CPS, we intervene and we work on the strengths of the parents. We don't work on their weaknesses. We try to build them up, their strengths, and we try to use the tools, community support, recovery support, and resources available to them to get them back on their feet, get them moving in the right direction. We focus on the recovery model, not the standard medical model that everybody's boxed into. So we do have a lot of examples to work with, a lot more than that's in that paradigm. We believe everyone has value, and some of us are just in a better position in life to utilize that ideal. Our community, like a chain, is only as strong as its weakest member. Other countries and other counties in the state have utilized this model, and it's had great success. Reunification has gone up 70% above the norm of families, and the continued support of the community has helped the family to recover and get back into society in a healthy mode. It's similar to a tribal approach, where if one person's ill, the whole tribe or community gets around them and focuses on them and tries to work together to help to heal that per individual. I fought my addiction in a various number of ways. I went to 12-step meetings, counseling, been reprogrammed, but nothing really got into it until I had the love around me and the people that supported me and cared about me to help me, to guide me, to admonish me and exhort me and set me in the right direction. I hope it helps understand you a little bit better about what we do, Parent Partners. It's about going on 2 years program. We've been volunteering. Marina Korikoff, county psychologist, initiated it, and now it's run by Kelly Kirsten, Carrie, and we're hoping that it's going to take off and help. We've already had some success. It's in its infant stages. It basically boils down to where a person can contribute and grow with his or her community, where they can find peace and purpose in self and selflessness, and where they can find the light at the end of the tunnel, the light of hope. Thank you for your time and your service.
Hello everyone, my name is Indiana. I'm 27 and a father of 2 young boys. I've lived in Calaveras County for 2 years now, but before that I lived in Tacoma, Washington with my ex-wife and our children. After 3 years of being the victim in an abusive relationship, I was able to break away initially, at first with limited visitation with my children, but then came the point where my ex was arrested for DUI and possession of a controlled substance. and I gained custody. I knew I had to take that opportunity to move back to California, get divorced, and get a fresh start. Moving was the best choice that I could make for my family at that time, but that was the beginning of a new and difficult challenge. I was not prepared for the onslaught of questions, emotions, and difficult days ahead of explaining how and why to my very young boys, and worse were my feelings of inadequacy and not knowing where I could get help navigating these unknown waters. After some time, my family and I adjusted to the area. I was able to enroll my sons in kindergarten and Head Start, as well as gain employment at our food bank in San Andreas. Despite our lives improving, my sons were still struggling with the reality of their situation. Not long after starting at the Resource Connections Food Bank, I was made aware of the company's vast resources, but more specifically, the Children's Advocacy Center. The center is federally funded by a grant for free counseling for children who are victims of crime or have been affected by crimes and the negative actions it brings with it. I was apprehensive at first. I thought my sons were too young for counseling, and I was afraid of how I would feel as a parent having to reach out to some organization and some counselor that I didn't know. But my ex-wife's abuses and substance use had caused neglect and trauma on my young boys, and they were suffering. During the spring of last year, my oldest son had an incident at school involving an outburst related to his mom. I was saddened that I couldn't help my son at that moment, and I put my indiscretions aside and made appointments for both of my children. Immediately upon entering the Children's Advocacy Center, I felt a sense of relief. The advocate was friendly. The environment was extremely kid-friendly and amazing, with toys everywhere, board games, a small trampoline, and Sonny, the counselor there, has an amazing therapy dog in training that my sons instantly fell in love with. I knew I had made the right choice in enrolling my son at the Advocacy Center, and after the first session, my sons were comfortable talking about things with their counselor that they wouldn't share with me, and I was able to get advice about how to handle the delicate situation we were in. A short time later, and after some sessions, the positive behavior changes in my sons was evident. I'm grateful for the program helping my sons, but more grateful for it helping me as a parent, naive and terrified, with healthy advice for navigating my family through this sensitive and difficult situation. So please come out and support us at the Light of Hope in April. Thank you.
A child can never have too many people in their corner. People who are supportive, encouraging, offering a listening ear. People who are looking out for them. People providing the light of hope to a brighter future. This is even more true of children who have experienced trauma from abuse and neglect. A CASA, a court-appointed special advocate, is just one such person who can be the light of hope for these children. A CASA is a volunteer who is trained to help these children understand the complexity of childhood intertwined with the bureaucracy of the dependency system. The system which a child of abuse or neglect must endure while their families are getting the help they need. A CASA is appointed to an individual child to be their mentor, their advocate, and their friend, and an adult role model as they're going through the system. A CASA can be there to help them understand, help them communicate. A CASA can advocate on their behalf. The CASA of Calaveras program is new. Last year, we were here presenting, and we were just in the early stages. And since then, 7 months ago, we opened our doors, and we are making great strides in being another beacon for the children in this county. We now have referred to us, about 16 children, and we have 10 advocates. We will always be recruiting volunteers. We need people to step in to work with these children. So I encourage the board and the audience to learn more about how to participate and provide these children a light of hope in the community. I'm Farrah Roberts. I'm the program coordinator for the Court Appointed Special Advocates Program and a partner in the Light of Hope ceremony. So I hope you guys can come out and participate with us. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning again, Marty Crane. I think we should also throw out kudos to our Mark Twain Medical Center, because when the funding for earlier, when Dr. Kaleda mentioned about the chronic disease self-management, when that funding went away, Mark Twain Medical Center stepped in to fund that. And also with our CASA facility, the facility for the children, Mark Twain Medical Center has stepped in to help make that happen as well. So big kudos to our hospital. I wanted to say that this is really a difficult thing. I served on the Child Abuse Prevention Commission for years, many years ago, and I remember Robin's first day, and it's remarkable. We all should be very proud of what has happened and what our community does when they come together. At the Volunteer Center, we say when the community comes together, magic can and often does happen. So for this subject today, we've heard how our children can be thrown into situations of abuse that they, because they are children, cannot escape without intervention. One thing that we haven't mentioned is domestic violence. Another thing that we say, let's all recognize a certain month as the Domestic Violence Month. Like I said before, we have to keep all these things in our awareness and on our focus all the time. So with respect to domestic violence, I'd like to read something that I brought to you some time ago, but it is very prevalent. Lest we forget that our children are subjected many times to child abuse through domestic violence, I quote, "The first time he called me an effing bitch was on our honeymoon. I found out years later he had kicked his first wife on their honeymoon. A month later, he physically prevented me from leaving the house. Less than 2 months after that, I filed a protective order with the police because he punched in the glass of our front door while I was locked inside. We bought a house to make up for that one. Just after our 1-year anniversary, he pulled me, naked and dripping, from the shower to yell at me. Everyone loved him. People commented all the time how lucky I was. Strangers complimented him to me every time we went out. But in my home, the abuse was insidious. The threats were personal. The terror was real. And yet I stayed. When I tried to get help, I was counseled to consider carefully how what I said might affect his career. And so I kept my mouth shut and I stayed. I was told, yes, he was deeply flawed, but then again, so was I. And so I worked on myself and stayed. If he was a monster all the time, perhaps it could have been easier to leave. But he could be kind and sensitive, and so I stayed. He cried and apologized, and so I stayed. He offered to get help and even went to a few counseling sessions and therapy groups, and so I stayed. He belittled my intelligence and destroyed my confidence, and so I stayed. I felt ashamed and trapped, so I stayed. Friends and clergy didn't believe me, so I stayed. I was pregnant, and so I stayed. I lost the pregnancy and became depressed, so I stayed. Abuse is indifferent and to education level, socioeconomic status, race, age, or gender, and no one can ever know the dynamics of another one's relationship. My cycle continued for 4 more years. Afterward, I let go and welcomed the hard work of healing and forgiveness. My experience made me stronger and able to love more deeply, but my heart breaks for him. In the end, who is the real victim of his choices? As for me, Marty Crane, I cannot help but applaud the strength and wisdom of this woman, Jennifer Willoughby, who fought her way back from a shell of her former self to an unparalleled voice for fairness, respect, and change. As shared by Angela Davis, I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept.
Thank you.
As a physician, I want to just emphasize the importance of childhood neglect and abuse in health problems that people have, not only through adolescence, but adulthood as well. There's a burgeoning scientific field of adverse childhood experiences. And when children have these adverse childhood experiences, it increases their risks of a variety of health problems into adulthood. not only chronic diseases, substance abuse, mental health problems. A lot of the things that I see every day as a physician in individual patients can all be traced back to these adverse childhood experiences. So the more emphasis that we put on preventing and reducing the incidence of those in young people and in children, especially in the first 5 years of age, the more it improves the health of our entire community. So this is a very important topic for health and well-being in our community.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, I'll bring it back to the board.
Sorry, I got up slowly. Good morning. My name is George Fry, and I'd like to thank this organization and their director for all they have done for these people. And I'd like to thank the people for being brave enough to come to this podium here and tell their story. I was stationed in West Berlin at Checkpoint Charlie, and I ran an alcohol and drug program for a year there. So I understand their feelings. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, I will bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, do hereby declare April 2018 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in the County of Calaveras. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 27th day of March 2018. Well, let's get as many of you up here as we can.
That's the third time.
Push in. Come on in. There we go. Goodness. Ready? Okay.
Got it?
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks for waking up.
Good luck, too. Thank you. Great speech. Good luck.
Mr. Chair, I'd suggest that we take a break.
Yeah. It's after 10 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break. 15-minute break. All right, we're back in session. Madam Clerk, item number 7.
Item 7 is from Behavioral Health Services Substance Abuse Program to proclaim the month of April 2018 as Alcohol Awareness Month in Calaveras County, recognizing the role of providing early education about alcoholism and increased support and awareness for individuals and families coping with alcoholism and its effects.
And Supervisor Clapp, you have this one.
Yes, it's probably appropriate, too, since this will be my 39th year of sobriety this month. So, in fact, Annie Ballantyne, I got his 20-year pin at my house. So anyway, this would be a proclamation declaring the month of April 2018 the Alcohol Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras, recognizing the role and providing early education about alcoholism and increased support and awareness for individuals and families coping with alcoholism and its effects. Whereas excessive drinking is responsible for more than 4,300 deaths among underage youths each year. And whereas alcohol is the most commonly used addictive substance in the United States. And whereas more than 1.6 million young people report driving under the influence of alcohol in the past year. And whereas young people who begin drinking before age 15 are 4 times more likely to develop alcohol dependency than those who begin drinking at age 21. And whereas drinking by persons under the age of 21 is linked to 1,890 emergency room visits, and whereas a typical American will see 100,000 beer commercials before he or she turns 18, and whereas kids who drink are more likely to be victims of violent crime, to be involved in alcohol-related traffic crashes, and to have serious alcohol problems, and whereas a supportive family environment and associated with lower rates of alcohol use for adolescents, and whereas kids who have conversations with their parents and learn a lot about the dangers of alcohol and drugs use are 50% less likely to use alcohol and drugs than those who don't have such conversations.
All right. So, do we have a representative here for this? Would like to speak?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rob Fulgham. I'm with Behavioral Health and I supervise the substance abuse and DUI programs. Last year when I came to the board, I shared that almost half of Calaveras County 11th graders reported using alcohol in the last 30 days. The same data source from 2016 shows that we've had a 10% reduction, which is good news.
Yeah, it's good news.
Also, according to the California Healthy Kids Survey, 48% of ninth graders believe that an occasional drink isn't a big deal. 30% of the clients that come to my services report their first use of alcohol between 12 and 14. Our children continue to abuse alcohol and prescription medications. My staff is active in prevention and Friday Night Live. This year we started a youth treatment program where teens are able to meet one-on-one with a counselor at their school or a place of their choosing. With April just around the corner, I invite you to join with our partners all over the nation to proclaim April as Alcohol Awareness Month in Calaveras County. We're asking parents and other adults to abstain from alcoholic beverages for the 72-hour period beginning March 30th and ending April 1st to demonstrate that alcohol isn't necessary to have a good time. Our children learn their beliefs and behaviors from us, and what are we teaching them? Like Mr. Clapp said, research shows that kids that talk to their parents about substance abuse may be 50% less likely to experiment than kids that don't. If anyone realizes that not using alcohol is difficult, we ask they reach out and call 754-6555 for more information on alcoholism. My staff will be available for the entire month of April for no-cost alcohol screenings. And as always, we have counselors available Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other member of that group wish to speak? Any public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move the item.
A motion by Supervisor Mills.
No.
Excuse me, by Supervisor Clapp.
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1.
Therefore be it proclaimed, the County of Calaveras Board of Supervisors proclaimed the month of April 2018 as Alcohol Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras County. And be it further proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors hereby calls upon all citizens, parents, government agencies, public and private institutions, businesses, hospitals, schools, and colleges in Calaveras County to support the efforts that will provide early education about alcoholism and addiction and increase support for individuals and families coping with alcoholism. Through these efforts, together we can provide hope, help, and healing for those in our community who are facing challenges with alcohol use and abuse.
Passed and adopted. Well, we need
Oh,
to-
passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, this day, 27th day of March, 2018.
Do you want to present that to me, Joe?
All right, moving on. Madam Clerk. Public comment.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
All right. These are for public comment for items that are not on our agenda.
Benjamin Stopper, District 5. Gentlemen, for those of you who are unable to attend, I would like to share with the board a short summary of the town hall meeting that occurred on March 22nd at Calaveras High School. The meeting was organized in response to recent school shootings across the country and was attended by over 60 people. The panel of speakers included Sheriff Ted Basilio, COSD Superintendent Mark Campbell, Superintendent of Schools Scott Nanick, Deputy Director of Behavioral Health David Sackman, and 2 students from Calaveras High School. During the sheriff's presentation, the audience learned that Calaveras County has only 1 school resource officer for the entire county. That 1 resource officer is responsible for the security of 17 different school campuses. While the sheriff expressed his desire to have more school resource officers available, he explained there simply isn't funding for it. As you know, school security has become a national issue since 17 students were killed in a school shooting in Florida on February 14th. Parents, teachers, school administrators, and students alike are concerned about school safety in Calaveras County, and I hope the board takes that into consideration when addressing the budget for law enforcement in the future. Out of this initial meeting, 6 action groups were formed to continue working on the following areas of school violence prevention. They include school behavior and discipline, work to improve current policies, generate new solutions, infrastructure and security, facility improvements, fencing, surveillance, door upgrades, etc. Interconnectedness, improve communication between all county agencies and community groups. Social inclusion, address bullying, reduce social isolation, and improve outreach. Staffing and training, ALICE training, counselors, resources for teachers, security officers. See Something, Say Something campaign. Promote the slogan across all campuses, develop systems where kids feel safe, reporting suspicious activities. Over the next few weeks, these groups will meet to develop strategies and bring forth proposals to improve each of these areas. I hope that the county staff and the Board of Supervisors will do everything in their power to assist our local school districts and law enforcement as it struggles to tackle the complicated and incredibly important task of keeping our schools and our students safe. Thank you, gentlemen. Something I would also like to bring up, that the concerns brought forward with the school shooting in Florida, we sat down, and what you see here on what our talks were is how do we address these? So we aren't, as a group, impeding on people's Second Amendment rights so on and so forth. We're looking at different avenues to addressing these social issues and trying to bring the community together as a whole to address it. And I also want to thank you for your time. I'm out of time. Yeah, one.
Marty Crane, still and again. I am so impressed with our children. We've been saying for years in all these meetings, look, there's no one here with color in their hair. What's going on? We need our young people. Well, they thought we weren't listening, and so now they're speaking with one voice. They are looking to bring conversations around who knows what will happen. They're starting with conversations around safety. Everyone should be on board with that. So I am very excited. They give me hope. And in that same vein, this afternoon you have an agenda item, which I'm not going to speak to, but I won't be able to be here, and I see that Supervisor Garamendi is not here, but he is the governing board representative for the Mental Health Board. And we have the American Legion Post 102 had the good foresight, the Ladies Auxiliary, to send several wonderful young women, high school students, to Girl State. And one of them is Emily Smith. And you have the good fortune to appoint her to the Mental Health Board today. I will say it
Mr.
is...
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
I do believe that is an agendized item.
It is.
Right. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry Jack isn't going to be able to be here. And I wanted to say that we
Mr.
have
Chair,
many boards
that is
and
an
commissions.
agendized item.
Marty, you'll have to refrain from speaking of the agendized item.
Okay, well, go
Sorry,
forth,
Marty.
be fabulous, appoint many more.
Good morning, Board. It's great to be back. I'm sorry that Supervisor Garamendi is unable to join us today. In the last month, I've been going over the mid-year report that was issued by the county about a month ago. And I'll have to say, it's a remarkable report. And I want to congratulate the Board on the budget they put together. And I want to congratulate the Board on the way they have administered the budget. For anyone who reads this and actually understands it, this is good news. Unfortunately, we're in an election year, and while people are looking for bumper sticker slogans and hyperbole and everything else, we've had a couple supervisors part with the reality of this report and declare that this county is going broke or is broke. That does a tremendous disservice to the people of this county. It does a disservice to the county itself, and it does a disservice to the supervisors or candidates that make that statement. We are not going broke. Many times we're looking for an edge or leverage or something else. I would please ask the supervisors, as elected representatives, not as candidates, to please choose their words carefully. Right now, Calaveras County has a AA bond rating. When elected officials and even high appointed officials start making statements that the county is going broke or is broke, that can have an adverse effect on our bond rating. When the bond rating starts to drop, the interest cost for borrowing goes up, and the difficulty in getting loans to operate the county, it becomes more difficult. It's dangerous to do that. That's dangerous talk, because it reflects politics and not reality. The reality is in this document. And I would hope that by the end of the year, if you continue to administer this budget the way you have thus far, we're going to have even more good news. And that goes to the board members and CAO LUTs who keep an eye on things and make sure the county is maintaining a sound financial condition and ready to move forward. There are challenges ahead, but saying that we're broke is not a way to deal with them. So I hope that those candidates, supervisors who have that feeling will put it in a political frame, that they disagree with it, not making statements of fact that have no basis in reality. This county is not broke, and it's not going broke. Thank you again for the terrific budget and for what you've done the first 6 months of this year. Thank you.
Nice tie, Al.
Thank you. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I have some good news and some other items that are more serious. Good news is our board of directors of the Taxpayer Association has approved a nomination of Chief Mike Johnson for our award for excellence in public service for this year. He'll receive his award at our annual barbecue in August. We don't have the date yet. Also, our last public access TV program, Taxpayer Alert, featured him and also Corey Burnell, who got into what's behind the protective tariffs. What are the effects of protective tariffs? So in his segment, a 30-minute segment, we have almost a lesson in economics, which is very good. The average person needs to understand a little bit more about that. And then, of course, we had Mike Johnson, who talked about his hopes and dreams and where he's been, and he's a really wonderful man. Now, on the more serious side, our taxpayer group has been urging discussion on this issue of sanctuary counties, and we've put together a resolution for that, and we're asking that that you consider putting this on the agenda for a future meeting or a study session to look at that and see what the positive and negative effects of a sanctuary county are. And we got really wonderful law enforcement in our county, and we think if you pass a resolution, this resolution or something similar, that it will be very supportive of having a safe community. I don't have enough time to read the whole resolution, but I'll read the first part. This will also be on our website, CalaverasTaxpayers.org. A resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras declaring that Calaveras County complies with federal immigration laws and does not constitute a sanctuary jurisdiction. Whereas the County of Calaveras respects both the rights of members of immigrant communities and the authority of the United States government to regulate immigration, and whereas the term sanctuary jurisdiction has historically and correctly been applied to those local governments who deliberately refuse to comply with federal immigration laws and are a result of local policy decisions by that jurisdiction's elected representatives.
Thank you, Al.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke, and I am speaking on behalf of the Calaveras Republicans. And following Al Segala and the discussion he had, I wanted to add to that. Because sanctuary state has become a huge issue with the public in the state of California. And if you well know, we've come before you before to ask if you would look at putting together some kind of a resolution to oppose sanctuary counties and cities. Our state is ignoring the rule of law and the safety and well-being of its citizens. And when forcing sanctuary status on all of us in all of the counties and cities. Immigration clearly falls under the U.S. government. It is part of our Constitution. Article 1, Section 8(4) is to establish a uniform rule to naturalization. That's why it's important that we allow our federal government to make those decisions and that we allow people into our country legally and not illegally. And that's the word that nobody wants to talk about, is that this is we're talking about illegal immigration. We're not talking about immigration of people who come here the right way. We welcome immigration to our country. So the state of California is defying this law, and it is of great concern to the law-abiding citizens. We are talking about people in the country illegally. When we talk about sanctuary cities, we are talking about illegal immigrants, and when they enter our country and commit crimes, they must be deported. And the people look to their local elected officials to stand up and protect all of us, protect the Constitution, and do the right thing for our well-being and safety. So we ask you that you, as local elected officials, look at passing a resolution expressing your opposition to this misguided and dangerous rule that the state has put upon us. Join in with the other counties and cities who oppose it, and we must allow law enforcement to cooperate with the federal government when it comes to criminal illegal aliens. And to take that away from our law enforcement is only going to endanger the public and people in law enforcement. So thank you for considering this, and I hope that you will take action. Thank you.
Good morning, board members and staff. I'm Mark Whitehead, Valley Springs. Following what Al and Vicki had to say, recognizing this, recently Los Alamitos City Council voted 4-1 to opt out of the California Values Act, to do something about illegal immigration, not to cooperate with flawed legislative actions, despite legal threats from Attorney General Becerra and Senator Kevin DeLeon, who said that half of his family would be eligible for deportation because anyone who has family members who are undocumented knows that almost entirely everybody has secured some sort of false identification. But before Los Alamitos, the people of Tehama, Shasta, and Siskiyou counties and cities within those jurisdictions went before their governmental officers to discuss this issue, and they succeeded in having resolutions passed. There are more counties and cities in the process of doing the same, so we want you to join them in doing this. The powers of the federal government include promoting the general welfare. We're a country of laws. It's the law to support federal immigration policy to promote general welfare. Jerry and his friends in Sacramento don't honor the law. They're in violation of at least Title 8, Section 1324, which deals with bringing in and harboring certain aliens, and they should be held accountable. They took an oath to support and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the state of California. They've forgotten their oath and are on the wrong side of the law. Please remember your oath. This issue was brought before this board in early 2017 and repeatedly since. You each were sent a similar resolution to what Al has presented to you, and we're still waiting for action on it. The time is now. You don't need another presentation, more hearing from the public. You don't need more time to chew on this like a tough piece of meat. It's not clear why we have to ask again, because decisions on public safety are part of the supervisor's job, and it should be a priority. We just want this done. We want you to join other counties and cities and pass a resolution for non-sanctuary status. Thank you for your time.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs, or not. I made an interesting observation last weekend. I decided to turn on the Children's March that happened all across the nation, and I was listening to the children's speeches, very emotional, very intuitive, very educational. And as I don't like to pinhole myself into any category, I watch all the news channels. I have a thing that I can go through each news channel, and I noticed that every single channel was broadcasting these children's speeches. I was so emotional. My tears were running down my face. I've never felt such pride, and I think these kids are so far beyond all of us old geezers are that we'll never be able to catch up. And thank God someone else is going to take over, because we're going to hell in a handbasket. But what I noticed, that every channel had these children speaking except one. And they were interviewing somebody that was disrespecting, that was discrediting, was undermining the very things these children were talking about. And I was appalled that they weren't carrying this very important message on their channel. And I don't know how much longer I can watch Fox News, but they were such a disappointment that they were not covering these children's speeches. And I noticed later on in the day on Fox, two news people were talking, and they replayed part of it. And one of those newscasters couldn't even speak. She was so overcome with the emotion. And it's, why are people trying to suppress what is going to be the future? Why are people trying to undermine what I consider to be the true essence of America, which is people are allowed to be free to speak what they need, to get recognition, and to be valued for what they are. I was very heartened to see these young people stand up, and I'll give up my place and they can take over. And I was so disappointed to see some of the news coverage. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comments. Move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine, excuse me, and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any board member wish to pull an item from consent?
Yes, Mr. Chair, number 17.
Number 17. Any staff member? Any member of the public?
I actually had some.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on. Yes.
I need to poll and move to a date undetermined at this point, but in April. Item number 15, which is an amendment for professional services agreement between county and California Association of Environmental Health Administrators.
Tim, you want to set that to what date?
I'm saying date unspecified so that
okay.
It's easier for the system if we don't specify a date. I would expect probably April 17th.
Okay. Members of the public? Yes.
13.
What?
13.
13? George, you're also 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes. Bonnie?
12. Number 14. Number 16.
All right. Is that it? Okay. Moving on, looking for a motion for the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Mills. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. Item number 12, Madam Clerk.
Item 12, excuse me, is from the Sheriff's Department to adopt a resolution to apply for and accept an award from the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways, Boating Safety for funding of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office Boating Safety Unit for fiscal year 2018-19 in the amount of $174,926.
Bonnie, you had a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I was wondering, it says an award. Is this a grant or is it award? And was it a competitive or non-competitive process? And what are the funds to be used for?
Okay.
Good
morning, Jim Macedo from the Sheriff's Office. This is a grant award. It is a competitive process, although the Sheriff's Office has had this grant for at least 24 years. It is utilized to fund a sheriff's supervisor or sergeant, a boating safety deputy, the boats, equipment, and fuel, and related equipment for boating safety and patrol.
Okay. All right. Any other public comments?
George Fry, piggybacking on what Bonnie said, is it an award or is it a grant or what is it?
It was awarded. It was a grant they applied for and were awarded.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved.
Mr. Chair, I have a discussion item.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Captain Macedo, could I have you return to the podium? You mentioned this program has been in effect for 24 years.
At least.
At least. What was the maximum number of deputies assigned to this program in that 24-year period?
We had, it's really always been two. There's been some subtle variations. We had some extra hire staff that worked it for a while, as well to supplement, and we still do supplement it on busy holiday weekends to try and add staffing to some of the busier lakes. I can't speak with absolute clarity on what happened prior to me working here, but I have had conversations with staff where they used to bring in off-duty deputies at a set rate or retired deputies to supplement the various lakes with respect to busy holiday weekends, concerts, those types of things.
Okay. Has this program always been funded through this grant?
Within my time, yes, it has.
Only during your time here?
Correct, yes. There's some taxation that also supplements this as well. But yes, this is what has funded our boating safety program.
Have you ever reduced the number of deputies in this program due to budget cuts?
Yes.
And when was that?
During the recession beginning in 2007-8.
Have you made up those deficits?
To a certain extent, yes.
And how do you do that? Through county funding?
No, we've reapplied and the award amount went up, and I mentioned taxation. During the recession, that taxation lowered, and as the economy recovered, that taxation has risen.
So the county really doesn't fund this program. It's funded through the grant program. Is that correct?
Correct. The county does incur some subtle costs with hiring and transfers of employees, administrative overhead type costs, but for the most part, it is funded through this grant.
So if you took away that funding revenue, would your budget and the county's budget fulfill those requirements?
We would have to request additional funding through the county, through either the general fund or some other means. In order to,
what do you think the success of that would be, given the information we know now?
Well, I would certainly hope the county would fund it. I know that there's a high demand for services on Lake Tulloch, New Hogan Reservoir, Comanche. We have some East Bay Municipal Utilities funding that supplements that. However, there are people who are involved in boating accidents, drownings throughout the year, and they require law enforcement services. We also get a great number of complaints, as I mentioned, from the residents of Tulloch Reservoir due to noise and behavior that's disturbing the residents and other boaters.
Okay. Think the county's in a position to fund that if your funding stream is withdrawn from the state?
That would certainly be up to a decision of the board. I would, again, certainly hope they would, because we think it's an important program. It does provide some safety and also some supplemental patrols in areas where there are issues from time to time. And also there's a certain amount of preventative measures that we do to try and avoid drownings. We specifically task staff to get ahead of problems, such as people riding in the back of boats, being traveling down the roadways, walking along the shoreline, reminding people, and even providing bulletproof, but life vests. So we do some preventative, proactive measures in order to try and get ahead of drownings or accidents.
So these are one of the programs that we constantly have to be aware of in case we lose that funding stream through grants. Do you think the county has enough money to do these programs?
Supervisor Oliveira, I'm not sure what you're driving at, but yes, I think the county has the means and the wherewithal. They would certainly have to transfer those funds from somewhere else. But again, that would be up to the 5 board members to decide. That's not what's before you here today. Today here, we're asking to apply for and accept the award should we receive it.
Okay. Thank you, Captain. Appreciate it.
And without jumping into a separate discussion, but it has to do with marine safety on Lake Tulloch. It is a unique lake. There's only 5 like it in the western states for various reasons. But it's also shared with Tuolumne County. And I think that, if we were going to look at marine safety on Lake Tulloch, well, there are a lot of options out there that we haven't explored that we probably will need to look at in the future. So marine safety in general, that is the one lake that we really don't have a lot of direct. You get grants for New Melones for operations on other lakes as well on top of this. Am I correct?
Those are separate contracts.
Right. For that operation.
That are not necessarily, those contracts are not necessarily directed towards on the water patrols. But as you mentioned, yes, those lakes, we do have more than one lake that go across county borders. We stagger our patrol and work with the other counties to try and ensure we have, maximum amount of presence on those lakes. We also work in a team-like fashion during holiday weekends. But with respect specifically to Calaveras County, the one grant that supports directly over water boating safety related patrol is this grant.
That's correct. And that, I just wanted to bring that up, that the majority of our lakes, except for Hogan, are shared with other counties. Whatever we do is going to impact them in some way as well. So this has to be an understanding that we're all got to work together here in a larger sphere.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. All right. I had a motion. Was that by
Yeah, I'd move the item.
Supervisor Mills moved this item. Have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. We had public comment. That was board asking staff. We already had public comment on this item. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. Item number 13. This is pulled by Al.
Item number 13 is from the Air Pollution Control District to approve a budget transfer for Carl Moyer contract with Mark Twain Elementary and authorize the auditor controller to adjust the district budget. This requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
I have,
Al, you pulled this item.
I have an easy question. What amount of money is involved?
Is there anybody want to answer that question?
It's 165,000.
Thank you.
It's
Yeah.
in the agenda packet.
That was in the agenda packet. And I'm sorry, I had asked somebody from Environmental Health to be here, but nobody popped in, so thank you for that.
Does that answer your question? Yeah. Any other public comments?
George Fry. The item 13, my question has to do with the City of Angels. Do they have anything in terms of being involved with the Air Pollution Control District in terms of contracts?
I'm admittedly not an expert in the Carl Moyer program, but I can get information on that for you and follow up, although my understanding of the program, certainly if they had infrastructure that was eligible for the program, they could apply through it, and we would assist with that, with the application process.
That's correct. Thank you. That's correct. Any other public comment on this item? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Oliveira.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. Item number 14. This is pulled by Bonnie.
Item 14 is from the Administrative Office. 1, to authorize the purchasing agent to piggyback on the State of California vehicle commodity contracts for the acquisition of vehicles on a countywide basis through the extended term of August 21st, 2018. 2, authorize the purchasing agent to piggyback on new vehicle contracts to be awarded by the state this fiscal year through its initial term and any extended term. 3, ratify the purchasing agent's signature on purchase orders totaling $381,000 for vehicle purchases already made this fiscal year. And 4, authorize the purchasing agent to utilize formal or informal bidding procedures for the purchase of any vehicle approved on the county's capital asset list that may not already be covered under a competitively bid contract issued by the state of California.
Bonnie, you had a question?
Yes, I did. And maybe some of it was answered just by reading it more carefully, but are these vehicles that the county is purchasing, or are they leasing them? And is the money coming out of the general fund, or has there been different available funds targeted so that money isn't coming out of the general fund? And how is the county-wide carpool doing as far as utilizing what vehicles we already have ownership of?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. I think what I heard this Bonnie ask is these are replacement vehicles that are being purchased brand new. They are not leased. We are piggybacking on State of California competitively bid contracts for the acquisition of these vehicles. Attached to the agenda item is a spreadsheet that identifies which ones are general fund, which ones are coming out of general fund, and which ones are not coming out of general fund. We currently, as a county, do not operate a fleet pool, if you will, and I know that that is something that the CAO is looking at long-term, and how we can best utilize our vehicles. I can tell you that the vehicles that we are replacing with new because the vehicles are end of life. They're no longer safe to drive. We surplus them. When we surplus them at auction, the older vehicles, we do get those funds back. And was there another question, Bonnie?
I think you did them all.
Bonnie, before you walk away, just for clarity here, is for Health and Human Services or vehicles that are purchased with them. There are some of these contracts that we can't transfer that vehicle to some other portion of our entity. They have to stay within the HHS organization or be removed from the system.
That is absolutely correct, Supervisor Mills. There are a few departments, such as HHSA, where they have specific grant funds or funds made available to them to purchase assets that are to be used strictly for their functional area purpose, and absolutely cannot go and should not go into a fleet pool. In other words, they are owned by the department.
Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item?
Okay, we're going to go with this again. I think on this item, I think it's safe to say we don't have to ask the question and hear the answer, that if revenue streams dry up and it has to come out of the budget, is it going to make it difficult to accomplish this task? I don't think so. As we've heard before, the hypothetical reduction in revenue streams to create some sort of panic or some other emotion with the public is not doing us a service. If the state of California, whatever they're doing with this, that's great. Chances are it's our tax money coming back to us. If the state of California cut off funding for bailiffs, we'd have to absorb that. If they didn't send us our sales tax, we'd have to make up for that. There are dragons and demons and everything else down the road that we can dream up that we don't have to deal with right now. The county's in good shape. Items like this tend to pay for themselves. It's our money coming back to us, and it's insulting to hear about the hypotheticals that could take place, because they haven't taken place and they're not likely to take place. If a program has been in place for a long time, it will probably remain in effect for a long time. So anyway, all these things indicate that the county is on top of it. We're looking at awards and grants and funding to help our county out and to pay for services, all for the benefit of our citizens. And I thank the board for having an open mind, for looking at these things in a logical manner, not an hysterical manner, and securing this funding and the items for our county and for the people of our county. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Well, Chair, just a point of discussion here since it was brought up. If you look at the approved budget amounts and then the actual purchase order amounts, because we're into a pool, there is a significant savings.
That's the program.
First. Secondly, that there are 22 vehicles in this list, and I appreciate the staff putting this list together, but only 6 of them and a half of a 7th one are actually purchased through general fund. The rest of them are coming from other funding sources. To say that, you know, all vehicles are purchased from general fund money or tax money is incorrect in property tax revenues. So let's be sure that we understand the sources of revenue and revenue streams and where those are specifically to be allocated to. It's an important part of this decision. So I see some substantial budget savings in this whole discussion, and I very much appreciate having to go in this direction. And I hope that as other utility agencies within Calaveras County look at this as a model, maybe they can start applying it into their business models as well. Thank you.
Any board comment? Not, I'm open for a motion.
So moved.
Good. Motion by Supervisor Calaveras.
I'll second it.
Second by Clapp. Any further discussion? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 4-0-1. We'll go on to item number 16.
Item 16 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution continuing the local state of emergency for the Butte Fire.
Good morning. I just pulled a newspaper article out of the Stockton Record today, and it says, utilities want customers to help pay wildfire damages. So where's the money coming from to reimburse all the people that have losses? It's coming from all of us customers of PG&E who pay our bills every month. I would imagine that probably the administrators and CEOs and all the big shots in PG&E aren't going to suffer any losses. I would imagine that probably the wages of the employees aren't going to be lowered, but I have a feeling just from reading this article that the people that are going to end up paying the bill is going to be the people that pay their PG&E bill each and every month. And so, you know, we just want to point out sometimes that things aren't always what they seem. I was under the impression that PG&E was coming in and making good, and they were going to take care of all the damage and help the people. And it turns out, I guess I'm going to be helping all the people, and all the people that pay their bills at PG&E. We're all going to be helping all the people. And I just want to show my discontent in how things filter out at the end. Thank you.
Any other public comments? If not, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move it.
Motion by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. Moving on to item number 17. Madam Clerk.
Item 17 is also from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution continuing a local state of emergency for the winter storm damage from extreme weather events that began on January 7, 2017 through the month of February 2017.
Supervisor Mills, you pulled this item?
Yes, we have been in a continual state of redoing this local state of emergency where the board has never had an opportunity to review the status of these projects as a whole. And I know that, for instance, item 24 is one of those projects when we've had the White Pine Bridge, but we've never really talked about all of those items that are listed here. I have two in District 4. It certainly would be interesting to know what are our plans here with each one of those items and what is the timelines to where we could accomplish those goals. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, Board. How are you? Michelle Patterson, OES Director for Calaveras County. So I'm really actually glad that you are bringing this up because for the past 5 or 6 weeks or so, I've basically been doing what I'm terming forensic emergency management and trying to pull all of those pieces together so that we do understand what the big picture status is of all of the projects, not limited to the winter storms, but inclusive of the Butte Fire recovery efforts. So perhaps we can come back and schedule a presentation for a future meeting, and I'd be happy to give kind of an overall presentation. I've been working really closely with Cal OES and FEMA, trying to tidy up some paperwork and get some of the things moving that had been stuck there for quite a long time.
I see that as the ultimate goal is I just think that the board needs to be more thoroughly appraised on the status of the various projects. We're going month over month over month of these continual declarations. I think we as a board deserve to know what's the progress, where are we at?
Absolutely.
How can we help you if we need to?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Thank you. That's the only reason I pulled the item.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Mills, would you like to?
Well, I'd make the motion to approve.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 401. All right.
Do they want to take a break so we can
Now we're going to move on.
set up?
You need, that's what I was asking, if you need a break. It would take a 5-minute break. We are back in session. Madam Clerk.
Item 20. Item 20 is from the Administrative Office to receive a presentation from the 2017 Leadership Calaveras class highlighting their current project to provide comfort bags to the homeless in the community.
Mary Beth, you're up.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for having us here this morning. Mary Beth Hospital. I'm a part of the 2017 Leadership Program. I'm happy to be here this morning along with a few others that are in our group. Those of you would stand. Got a couple back here, us, and right here. Stacy could not be here this morning. She is at home with the flu, so I hope you're feeling better, Stacy. Leadership Calaveras is a 10-month program designed to encourage the development of community leaders, identify local issues and needs, and explore solutions. This program has provided us with educational experiences to increase awareness and knowledge of vital organizations in Calaveras County. Our class participants include Allison Wright, Above and Beyond Travel Agent, Andrea Tickwitt, CCOE, Bradley Jones, Deputy District Attorney, Casey Vacareza, Cal Waste, Dave Egerton, CCWD, Jessica Johnston, Angels Camp Business Association, John L. Whitehouse, Signal Service, Catherine Eustace, CCOE, Lorna Bache, East Bay Med, Mary Beth Hospital, Cal Waste, Patrick Garahan, Calaveras Unified School District, Tim Hildebrand, CalNet, Tim Johnson, San Andreas Memorial Chapel, Tom Pratt, Face Insurance Services, Tony Ann Fisher, 39th DAA Calaveras County Fairgrounds. So far, we have had the opportunity to learn about our local government and law enforcement, visit the state capitol and the California Office of Emergency Services, an in-depth history tour of Calaveras County, natural resources with a tour of SPI's mill and a working logging site, a visit to McCalmy Hill Fish Hatchery, in Comanche, party reservoirs, and an inside look at the Party Dam. We were able to prepare meals for the Meals on Wheels program and serve meals to seniors through Common Ground Senior Services. Learned about the operation of the 39th DAA Calaveras County Fairgrounds, and an extensive look at the services provided by the County Office of Education. We took a tour of the Cal Waste Transfer Station and their world headquarters in Galt, and finished up our monthly sessions with a tour of Ironstone Vineyards and Mangini Ranch last week. Each year, the leadership team takes on a project that we feel will be beneficial to Calaveras County. We are excited to introduce to you today our project, We've Got Your Back. Now I will turn it over to Jessica.
Thanks, Mary Beth. Leadership 2017 has recognized a need for members of our community, from young children to the elderly, who are in distress situations, and the need to have access to essential items to help ensure their physical and emotional well-being. Whether it be a victim of a random crime, domestic violence, someone who just needs a hand up, or is homeless, we feel that our project is a unique resource that can assist a variety of community members. Our goal is to raise $5,000 to purchase the items needed for the Comfort Kits. And once the funds are collected, our team will put the kits together, and we hope to do at least 250 bags. So these kits will be tailored to fit the needs of men, women, and children, and will include things like personal hygiene items, a warm blanket or clothing, snacks, coloring books, and journals. These are things that we call Comfort Kits, but some will also be geared for the homeless and people who may be living on the streets. So along with personal hygiene items and snacks, those bags will also include survival type items, such as a small tarp, hand warmers, and first aid supplies. So we have partnered with the Calaveras District Attorney's Victim Services, who serves over 100 new clients per quarter, and the Resource Connection Calaveras Crisis Center, who served 900 men, women, and children in 2017. We've also partnered with the Angels Camp Police Department and the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department. They will have the comfort bags in their patrol cars that are suited for our homeless population. And in 2015, the number of non-traditional homeless was estimated at more than 500. Those are your couch surfers. And in the county, that's in addition to the estimated 165 traditional homeless. So we hope that this project doesn't end with us. We hope that a local organization can adopt it and continue to grow so that they can be available in the future. So we are seeking donations, financial contributions that would allow us to purchase the items needed for the kits. We are currently working with local retailers and organizations to get wholesale costs. And monetary donations will help us put these bags together and benefit many people in our community. So we want to kind of give you an update of what we've accomplished so far. We've raised $3,252. You can see our major supporters and our friends and advocates. We would like to thank Dignity Health Mark Twain Medical Center for sponsoring the drawstring backpacks. I think there's a sample up there. Mary Beth has one. And everyone who has contributed to the project and those who are helping us spread the word. We thank you in advance for your support and the opportunity to present to you today. And now I'll turn it over to Bradley Jones.
What's so great about the leadership program is each year when it forms, part of the task is to look at a need in our community or an issue that can be addressed by the Chamber of Commerce leadership program. And this year's program is especially meaningful to me as a prosecutor in this county, that so much of what law enforcement deals with on a daily basis for our frontline responders are the tough times, the rougher parts of the human experience. And when our community comes together through our small businesses, our government organizations, our government employees, and puts together these kits and arms our first line responders with these I don't know, I was going to probably say these weapons of kindness, but these abilities to just on the spot show caring and pay it forward, and so to speak, just builds the pillars of our community, makes them stronger, adds new ones. When our young people, children, just giving them a coloring book for the endless waiting periods that sometimes accompany interactions with our government, whether it be fire, police, our other services, child protective services, and just be having them able to color while that process is going on just shows a side of humanity just as a toothbrush and toothpaste can do. And that's what we've come together as a leadership group and done. And while I've been part of it and being helpful, I also am very thankful that we live and work in this community. And I think that's what I was adding.
So we have a couple pamphlets up here. If anyone is interested and wants to make a donation, there was a slide that checks are to be made payable to the Calaveras Chamber of Commerce. They are holding the money for us, and we do have a deadline of April 16th. Donations can still come in, but we would like to have the donations by the 16th so that we can make up the bags, distribute the bags to the DA's office, the crisis center, and then get those to law enforcement. So thank you guys for letting us present today. We are so excited about this project. And if you have not done leadership, I encourage you to sign up to do leadership. It is a great program. So thank you.
I have a question.
Yes. Hope I can answer it.
What does each one of these kits cost you to put together?
Okay, good question. So maybe Jessica, you can hold.
Yeah,
I'll hold them up.
So we estimate about $10 to $15 per bag. This is a sample homeless kit. It'll be in the backpack. It will also include things like socks and a warm beanie, the tarp. So these are a little less than the other bags that we are, the comfort bags for the men, women, and children. Those are a little more expensive because we are including some blankets or some clothing in some of them, like some pajamas for kids.
So if they're displaced and they need to go to the crisis center or somewhere, this has got a toothbrush, it's got a pajamas.
No,
Yes.
I'm saying, yeah, here.
Yes, everything is here. There's, the items that Brad talked about, the coloring books, some bubbles, something to just make that experience a little less traumatizing, give them something to do at that time. This is for a female woman. It's female items. So, there's a toothbrush, first aid kit, a hairbrush, a blanket, some snacks, and some tissues. Just those essential items that we take for granted, every day we have those. So.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead.
No. Folks, do we know our best current population numbers for homeless in Calaveras County?
We don't have the most up-to-date numbers, but we are working with Health and Human Services to get those.
Do we know what that number is and what you're working off of? And this is only with a $5,000 funding stream?
Yeah.
Estimated 165 traditional homeless, additional 500 couch surfer type.
Can you turn your mic, Catherine? Can you turn your microphone on and Pat, pull that one over, and if you're going to speak, then turn it on.
Sorry.
That way, the television audience and
There we
people
go.
out here can hear.
Go ahead, Catherine.
As you may know, the homeless census is the efficacy of the homeless census is a function of the number of people who are able to get out and actually do the counting, and whether or not those are people who know where people are and people will reveal themselves to. So a couple of years ago, it was really accurate because there was a lot of effort put into putting the right team together to do that particular census. And since then, we haven't been able to get that team together as a county. So that would be a great way to find out what the actual population is, to really put energy into getting the right homeless census team together. And there's actually a group of people working on that as citizens and community members right now. So I would imagine within the next year, we'll have a pretty accurate count.
So basically, we're dealing with information that's 2 years young, or 2 years old?
Correct.
I would say,
Okay.
yeah.
And that's
because last year's was
165, you
not-
said, Mr. Garahan?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
Lights-
the estimate
lights
we
not
have
on,
Right
Pat.
here in the program, it's estimated as of 2015, so a couple years back. Number of non-traditional homeless was estimated at more than 500, and in addition to the estimated 165 traditional homeless.
Okay, thank you.
Can you say that again so she can get that on, can you repeat it? It didn't go out on the television. She didn't get it. That's why she came with the mic on. You just turned it off. When the red light's on, there you go. So, yeah, so she can get it on.
Okay, 2015 estimates, the number of non-traditional homeless was estimated at more than 500 within the county, in addition to the estimated 165 traditional homeless. The non-traditional being the couch surfer type folks that bounce from house to house. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I would be very curious to know what that average age is. I know what it is in Tuolumne County, and I know they've had a recent survey done there. So their average age is 9. I'm concerned about what it is in our county and whether we really have a good understanding of the number of young folks that are literally out of the system. In other words, we're not even aware that they're out there, but because they're moving from home to home and just quietly moving throughout the system. Secondly, you touched on some numbers. Victim services, 400 per year. You had 2 other numbers there, and I was trying to write them down.
Yeah, so we have victim services. They serve over 100 new clients per quarter. So yes, over 400 new clients per year, in addition to those that are, that they've already worked with. And then the Calaveras Crisis Center, their number was 900 men, women, and children for 2017.
It's a big number.
Yeah.
When you think of a percentage of our total population. So maybe a new project.
Yeah, we'll need more money.
Thank you.
Good point. Do we have any public comments on this item? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Vicki Reinke. I just have a question. Because of time constraints, are you not able to take like donations of items versus money? Is that why you're asking for the money?
I'll go ahead and speak to that. So the reason we were taking monetary donations is because when the Butte fire was going on and we were asking for donations, people were just bringing in droves of things, and bless their hearts, sometimes the stuff that comes in is stuff that we can't reuse again. So the donations are to keep it within what we actually need for these bags and to keep it them consistent, the bags consistent. The crisis center and the victims advocate unit where these will be housed, they only have room for like 25 bags at a time. So the CBRC, did I say that right? The CBRC will be holding on to this, the surplus of bags until we can start getting rid of them. So if that answers your question.
Susan Morris, Angels Camp. I think somebody went through it quickly, but could they answer the question, what's the difference between traditional and non-traditional homeless people? Because I think that's probably has some significance.
So it's our understanding that the difference between traditional and non-traditional homeless is your traditional homeless are those who you may see out on the streets, who are living out on the streets and don't have shelter. And your non-traditional homeless are those who maybe are couch surfing, they're young or they're older families, they don't have a permanent residence of their own.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. This is really wonderful work that Chamber's doing. Sometimes we discover that the body follows the mind. Quite often when you find people that are in pretty rough straits, they feel they're a victim. They don't feel that they're in charge of their own life. And so with that attitude, they pretty much get what they expect, to be a victim. But over the last 50 years, there's been quite a bit of work done on human motivation. This is where not just Zig Ziglar, but a lot of other people have put together inspiring information that can allow people who may want to really change their concept of whether they're accountable for their own lives or not. And when people are accountable and feel they're accountable for their own lives, they move upward because that's what they expect. So perhaps something can be put in these packets that might be appropriate for the age level that would be inspiring and prevent them from going back down to where they were. Just an idea. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning again, George Fry. This picture where it shows 2017 Leadership Calaveras, helping to make a better Calaveras. One of the persons that's in the picture is Tom Pratt. So I hope it's okay for me to make a public service announcement. He is running for the state of California Senate. He is the only rural candidate. It's not about blue or red.
Yeah, you can't really make a political statement here, George.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
She's.
So step out in the hall and I'll tell you all about him.
Okay.
Because we need him in the Senate. The other two candidates are from Fresno.
All right, any other public comments? All right, seeing none, it's not a non-action item, so we'll move on to the next item. I will say this, though, we will break for lunch at 12 o'clock, and we will go until 1:30. So from 12 to 1:30, we will be at lunch. Okay? And I want to thank the leadership program, everybody that came here today. Great presentation. Carry on. Thank you. I was part of the leadership program in 2009. I dropped out with a couple of things to go because the time frame, I was part of committees at that time, and when they were meeting, the committees met, so I had some opportunities to go to some of the things that we'd done at the leadership, but not all of them, so I didn't graduate. But it was a great program, so you're welcome. All right, moving on. Item number 21.
I just was going to add on this next item before the clerk mentions it. We estimated approximately an hour for this item. We have representatives from PARS here. So Krista will do a brief introduction, then they will do a presentation and then open it up to discussion. I don't know if the chair would like to start that and then stop, or how you would like to.
Well, let's see where we're at when we get to 12 o'clock. Okay, we'll see, and we'll go from there. How much? Yeah. Go faster.
Item 21 is from the Administrative Office. To adopt a resolution approving the adoption of the Public Agencies Post-Employment Benefits Section 115 Irrevocable Trust administered by Public Agency Retirement Services.
There you go. You got it now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Board Chair, members of the Board, Krista Von Lotta, Administration. Here to speak with you today about our recommendation to adopt the Section 115 Irrevocable Trust administered by PARS. I'll give a brief overview, and then Mr. Barker will take over with the PowerPoint. As you likely are aware, we have substantial unfunded pension liability in this county. CalPERS is our defined benefit pension plan, which handles both the miscellaneous and the safety plans for our county employees who are eligible to participate. There have been changes in recent years. One of them was the implementation of PEPRA back in 2013, which modified the benefits for employees hired before that date as opposed to after that date. In addition, in 2016, the Board of CalPERS came out and announced a downward roll of the discount rate from 7.5% to 7% over a 3-year period. The July 1 of 2018 will be when that new rate hits Calaveras County at 7.375%. The practical ramifications of that alone is that the discount rate here being the way to think about it as an assumed rate of return as opposed to some of the other, the other primary discount rate model. So what that would mean is that the funding obligations over the next 5 years are expected to approximately double. This is huge, and so with a view towards an ultimate goal of diversifying and giving the county more control over our investment pool and having another option other than sending additional funds to CalPERS, looking at participating in the Section 110 irrevocable trust. The way the trust functions is that it is irrevocable. We could choose to fund it, we could choose not to fund it. What we're asking today is simply to authorize CAO LETS to enter into the agreements necessary such that should the time come that the board wants to fund that trust, that we have this other alternative out there. There would be no fees incurred in the meantime. It functions more or less like a mutual fund, and we are going to turn it over to Mr. Barker here in a moment so that he can give you a little bit more insight into what their fund does. In any event, once the funding is made, those funds could never be used for anything other funding pension obligations. So we could roll them into CalPERS, we could distribute them directly to employees who are entitled to those benefits at some future date, but that money would be permanently set aside for the unfunded obligations as they stand today. Mr. Barker?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Mitch Barker, Executive Vice President with PARS. Also with us today is Mike Graves. He's our county consultant and also former supervisor of San Benito County and past president of CSAC. We really appreciate the opportunity. You're already a client of ours in a program called the Social Security Alternative for part-time, seasonal, and temporary employees, those folks under 1,000 hours. We've been servicing you for some time. So this is the next step. Now we're talking about full-time employees. Push this button here. Okay, very good. Just wanted to let you know who the partners are that will be bringing you this program. If you were to adopt PARS, we're known as trust administrators. We do the sub-trust accounting. We do also the record keeping, and we also do the plan compliance. GASB, who controls governmental accounting, changes the rules periodically, as you know. 45 used to govern OPEB. Now it's been replaced by GASB 75. GASB 68 controls pension, which is the main topic of the day. So we have to monitor all that and make sure everything stays consistent. U.S. Bank is the trustee, so they're the actual custodian of the assets. They hold the money. It's in a walled-off trust. It's not accessible by creditors, and that way it's protected, and we'll be there for the benefit of your county employees in the future. Highmark Capital is our investment management partner. We've been working with them for 20 years. You need somebody that's licensed and experienced to do investments the right way. They listen to your risk tolerance level, and they will craft a strategy that meets those requirements. So that is our team, and we've been working together for a long time. 21 counties have adopted our 115 trust that Krista spoke about to pre-fund either OPEB, also known as retiree medical benefits, or pension. Pension is certainly the most important topic of the day, and that's what virtually every county we're talking to is wanting to discuss. So 21 counties, and we would love to have number 22, my wife's favorite number, which hopefully will be Calaveras County today or in the near future. So here's the topic, most importantly, pension rate stabilization. And here's the issue. As Krista mentioned, CalPERS has lowered the discount rate, also known as the assumed rate of return, from 7.5 to 7%. I've got kids and I've got grandkids, and you may remember the teeter-totter on the playground. The teeter-totter effect is in place, meaning when you lower the discount rate, what happens? The contribution rate goes up and the unfunded liabilities go up. So your numbers as of right now, if you were to look on the CalPERS website, because they run about a year behind posting, is a funded ratio of 70%. I congratulate you. The range we see is from 60 to 80. You're right in the middle. You're in a good place. But ideally, you want to take it a little bit higher over time. And most importantly, you want to deal with what's next. The employer contribution amount is $6.3 million this year. What will it be in 7 years? That's the number below. $12.2 million, a 93.6% increase, which is pretty close to what Krista said. We see a lot of agencies, and it's about a 100% increase. Why is that happening? Again, it's primarily related to that lowering of the discount rate from 7.5 to 7. That's just a half a point. Guess what? They're not done. They've talked about lowering the discount rate in the future, but at least they're phasing it in over 3 years, like she mentioned, and they're giving you forward-looking projections so that you can prepare. And we think our program gives you one of those fiscal tools you need to prepare. So graphically, let's look at the contributions over time. The first slide is for miscellaneous. Your contribution amount will go from $4.6 million to $8.8 million, about a 93% increase. You see on the vertical axis on the left what the percentage of payroll is. Some people think in terms of that. It will go from about 19% of payroll up to about 29% of payroll. Again, that's miscellaneous. For safety, the contribution amount will go from $1.8 million this year to $3.4 million, which is a 95% increase. And the percent of payroll on the left will go from about 30% up to a little over 49%. Awfully strong numbers. So why does this possibly make sense for Calaveras County and why other counties have adopted this program? Number one, the money you put in, you have control over as to how much you put in, when you put it in, how much you take out, when you take it out, and what's the risk tolerance level. You control all of that. As Krista said, there's one restriction. The money can only be used for pension purposes, and that can either be used to reimburse the county, or if you said at some point in time, you know what, we just want to write a check to CalPERS and be done. You can do that at any point in time. Reimburse the county, send the money to CalPERS. Number two, it helps to offset pension rate increases or underperformance by the retirement system. Again, what are the pension rate increases due to? That lowering of the discount rate. For underperformance by the retirement system, they had a good year last year, 11.2. Hats off to them. Previous year, 0.6. Previous year, 2.4. Not so good. So when they underperform, it comes back to the county to make up the difference, unfortunately. Setting money aside in this trust will help prepare you for those years when they underperform and you have to make up the difference. You can draw on our trust to help you. Rainy day fund. If the county has an emergency and there's a tight budget period of time and you need to access this money to pay your CalPERS bill, you may do that. Improved credit rating agencies. Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and Fitch have all said, we love this program. Why? It's improving your balance sheet. You're setting money aside for future obligations. How could that be viewed any other way than positive? So they've been very, very strong about that. Again, you can use the funds at any time for pension obligations. This addresses future pension liabilities, as discussed. You can choose a less aggressive investment strategy than the retirement system. As you know, with CalPERS, they have one. It's about a 75-25 strategy, 75% stocks, roughly 25% bonds. We have 5 risk tolerance levels. And the most common I'm about to show you is the second one from the bottom, which tells us 2 interesting things. One, they don't want the volatile ride of an aggressive strategy. And 2, they're thinking shorter term. I may need the money in 3 to 5 years. Therefore, if I'm thinking shorter term, I don't want to swing it for the fences on my aggressive investment strategy. And number 8, and this one's very powerful, we're allowed to do diversified investing, which is basically saying we can put some percentage in stocks and some percentage in bonds. The money inside your general fund or your other fund is subject to California Government Code 53601, which says you may not diversify the investments. You can only invest in fixed income items. Because why? You need that to pay the bills, the ongoing bills. So there should be no risk subject to the general fund. Our trust is outside of that. It's governed by 53216, which says we may diversify investments. So here are the returns of the 5 strategies over 1 year, 3 year, and 5 years. Starting with conservative at the bottom, which by the way excites me because most general funds we're talking to of agencies, including counties, are earning around 1 to 1.25%. You've got the ability, let's use the, the 5-year number, 3.73, because last year was a gift, if you will, right? It was such a strong year. You could say, I don't know how many more of those are coming, but over 5 years, you could say 3.73 for that conservative strategy. That's 3 times what your general fund is earning. So quite a good place to be. The most common one, as mentioned, is the second one up. That's moderately conservative. That's earned 5.26% over 5 years. That's the one I also like. Capital appreciation, the one at the top, is the one that's most closely aligned with CalPERS. Had a great year, 16.7%, and it's earned 10% over 5 years. But again, that's much more aggressive, that's much more risk. Don't recommend that necessarily for your strategy. Our fees are 0.25% of assets once you put money in. Krista made a key point. We've tried to do everything we can to make this as user-friendly as possible from the beginning. Therefore, there are no setup fees. So if you adopt now, but you don't put money in for a year or 2 years, no problem. We don't start charging a fee until you put money in. Again, for PAR's fee, it's 0.25% of assets, and it goes down as the assets build. The investment management fee below starts out at 0.35%. So collectively, we're at 60.60%. They actually don't charge a management fee on money market funds because they're not earning anything. So morally, it's just almost impossible to charge that fund. So it actually winds up being about 58 basis points, also known as 0.58%. So that's our fee. But again, we don't charge it until you put assets in the trust. So reasons why we think this makes sense. Again, you have an IRS-approved structure. We were the leader and the first provider to get this from the IRS. Over 125 agencies have adopted this program in California, including many counties. There are no startup costs. There are no minimum annual fees. There are no fees charged until assets in the trust. We have no trading fees, and we have no termination fees. If you put whatever the amount of money is, and in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, you say, we're writing a check to CalPERS, all of it, we'll say, thanks for the business, but there won't be a termination fee. It's just not how we do business. And then I've got the risk tolerance strategies behind that in detail, but that was just there in case you had questions. That's my presentation. Mike and I are available for questions.
Questions from the board?
Thank you, Chair. For the benefit of the folks, TV land, the folks here, what is our deficit on our retirement system now with PERS as a county? CIO Lutz, do you have that number?
It's right there.
Right there, 66.9 mil?
Right.
Yes, sir.
We owe that money. Is that correct?
That is correct. Auditor Controller Rebecca Callan. And what we're finding when we're looking year over year at the actuaries that we're getting from CalPERS is it's increasing about $10 million per year. So it was around 56-ish last actuary. Most current actuary is 66.9. And we're seeing that occur because, as he had just stated, when the rates go up, we're basically increasing our unfunded liability. So all of these changes that CalPERS has been making in order to kind of stabilize the funding of the pension portfolio itself is basically pushing those costs off to the employer. And 2 things are happening. It's increasing our normal costs that we're paying every single month, and then it's increasing the total unfunded liability. So we're seeing a dramatic increase. And so what's interesting is, you know, it's nice to hear that other agencies are between that 60 and 80, and we're kind of right in the middle. But it's a little depressing when you look at where we were, and probably where everyone else was as well, which is we were much more funded a few years ago. But just as our unfunded liability is going up, our funded ratio is going down. And so we are seeing it just go down and down and down. And so it's concerning to me from a longevity perspective to continue to watch that funded ratio go down, unfunded liability go up, and not have a plan in place on how we're going to counter that. So that's where we started having these discussions as part of the budget hearings, that we need to start actively approaching this. And it's not a let's wait and see after a few years. After a few years, this is going to look way worse. And then we're not going to have a plan. So this has absolutely been something that I've been pushing for quite some time. We do need to have an active strategy here. It's one tool that we can use, and then continue the discussion on what else we can do for the long term.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Kellen. So we're not improving, are we?
No.
We're going downhill.
And not necessarily by our own doing. I mean, these are all things that occurred years ago that we're now unfortunately bearing the consequences of.
So we're 66.9 million plus in the next 2 years, correct?
It will increase every year, yes.
Okay. CEO Lutz, on our last mid-budget, and I hate to beat this horse, how much money do we have in our cash and carry accounts? I remember that number being 9 mil. Is that true?
That is correct.
We're projecting. I mean, that's a projection. So,
So you think the county has the money to continue in this way?
If I could add to your point, and I think where you're going, and I do think it's a concern to say that the county is going downhill when you look at the fact that this is a statewide problem of every single CalPERS county. I don't think there is one county out there that is in the position to say we can address our unfunded liability in one fell swoop. That's part of where we have these programs that are developing, because it is a tsunami that we have the warning that we know it's coming, but it's how do you prepare for this tsunami? And I think ultimately, that's where we're going to start to see legislative action or other types of broader discussion, because it is a massive unfunded problem that everybody's having the same questions and everybody has the same fear.
Now, I share that opinion wholeheartedly. I see this in talking with the supervisors in CSAC and the other committees I belong to. But to be quite frank, we need to tell our folks exactly what the situation is. And that is, we have a problem. Would you agree, Ms. Kellen, as being auditor?
Yes. And so that's why we're having this discussion now. And if you recall, this is a discussion I have every single year at budget, at recommended, at final, at any opportunity I ever get the opportunity to have this discussion. It's like I'm a broken record, and I'm telling and have been telling the board the bill is coming. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. So we're saying it's absolutely here. So we need to make we need to make a move on figuring out how we're going to stabilize this. And this is no different than what every single other PERS county and city, jurisdiction, special district, we're all having these same discussions. Hopefully, they're all having those same discussions. But from what from my colleagues, we're all in the same boat. So I guess the benefit is we're all in the same boat. Right. And the states, when you look at our unfunded liability, of close to 70 million, imagine what the state of California is. That's what's going to pressure a legislature. It's not going to be little Calaveras County's, $70 million unfunded liability. It's the fact that this is a vast problem that we've all known is coming, that there was some small steps undertaken under PEPRA, but didn't quite do enough to fix this. So I think that, it's also talking to legislation, talking to CSAC, seeing what's out there, what else is going to be coming down the pipeline, because we can certainly locally do some things here, but there's kind of a much larger shift that has to occur, and we're limited in our response to that.
Okay. And Ms. Callan, I remember you having those discussions when I first sat on this board, and I can attest that you're absolutely correct in your statements that we are in trouble and have been for a while.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ben. Absolutely. Did not happen overnight.
Supervisor Mills, you have.
And that is to the point, is the problem in California with PERS didn't start last year. This is a trajectory that's been going on literally for decades. I bring you to a point of something just happened in my world yesterday, and that is that a corporation had a portfolio that was close to that 60% mark. And so they made some very drastic changes in their benefits to try to bring themselves back up. Now they're back up and they're saying, okay, we're going to go to what's called phase 2. And they literally revamped the whole process, and okay, some of us are now going to see windfalls. But the point is that isn't going to be the case when we're on a bigger train, and I think the auditor will tell you that. We're just along for the ride with a lot of these decisions that the state and other agencies are making. But to fully understand this liability is if we were to stop tomorrow, this is the number we'd be at. And we would continue to need to fund these out year over year over year, probably 30 years, 40 years. That's what Gatsby does. It develops the actuarial table to show that you have the capacity to fund over a longer period of time. So this is just that moment, that snapshot in time. This is where you are. If you stop tomorrow, this is how much you'd need to go out 20 or 30 or 40 years. Don't look at this as being, we just created this debt today. It didn't go that way. It's important to understand too is that LAIF is currently at what? Local agency funding.
I would say 1.25%.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a little higher than that. But anyway, the point still is that's a ridiculously low number. It's almost like we're giving money to play with, and we're not getting anything for it. But then again, if you loan money to a bank, how much are they going to give you as well? It's even worse. So it's interesting. We talk about lowering the discount rate and what effect that has to everyone, and the detrimental effect, because it affects across a broad spectrum. So these are very perilous times, so to speak, in terms of how we're going to fund going forward if they continue in this trajectory of getting down into that goal I think they have of 6.75%. If they actually go there, that's going to really upset the apple cart. And everybody needs to understand that's serious. We think reduce the discount rate, somehow that's a benefit. It's not. I mean, you really have to understand how this all works. So I appreciate the time that you spent with us as an ad hoc committee and the information you've given to us. I think it's up to this board to decide if they want to take this first step and whether or not we have the ability and the willingness to want to do that. So thank you.
I have a question. Can you go back to the table that showed the investment returns? Yes. You are charging a fee, and I assume it's a yearly fee based on the amount we have in the fund that you were showing, 0.25 or 3.5 or whatever.
It's taken monthly, so it would be
monthly.
Assets times the fee divided by 12.
Okay. Those return investment numbers up there that you're showing is using the funds that we deposit. Is that the entire investment return, or is PARS giving us a portion of the entire investment return and then taking a percentage off of those numbers for your funds?
These returns are reported net of fund level fees, meaning the mutual fund fees or the exchange traded funds. They're a gross of management fees. And that's why we had that separate slide that showed what those were. So to get a true net number, you would take 0.60 on a broad
I just
basis.
wanted to clarify that.
Yep.
So, yeah. So,
Correct.
Yeah.
And we do it that because that's industry convention, but we wanted to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted some clarification on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other board questions? We'll open it up for public comments. Any public questions or comments?
Yeah. Alice Gala, Taxpayer Association. And my compliments for an excellent presentation. And also a big thank you to our controller auditor for the good work she's been doing, not just now, but each year. And too bad we didn't pay closer attention to what she's saying. Money's got to come from somewhere. Okay, you're either going to take it from the taxpayers, or you're going to take it from the employees or retirees, or some combination of the above. I don't know any other source where this money would come from. We have to do catch-up. I think this is what this is about. So part of the problem in increasing the expense to the employer has been the negotiations that you've been doing with the unions. In other words, you've been making agreements with the unions that would increase the costs for the employer. It looks like these negotiations will need to take a different turn. It's very hard to, if we're going to ask the employees to contribute in solving a problem which is theirs, it has to be done through this negotiation process. I don't know any other way to do it. And so you'll need to have a conversation about that. And again, thank you for an excellent presentation.
Any other public comment?
George Fry, great presentation. I'm very impressed. I've been retired 22 years from the state of California, and I'm enjoying my retirement every minute. Also, we probably have the best auditor we could have, and she does an outstanding job. And some of the folks on the board almost scared her away, and she wasn't going to run again. I'm glad she's running, and I hope she spends many more years here. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Oh, you have a comment? CAO Letts.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to it as well, depending on what the board decides today. I think what we would ideally see on something like this is this, as the auditor alluded to, this is one step or one option for us that the ad hoc committee looked at. There's still a lot of work, I think, on the ad hoc committee to look at strategies across the board. But for this particular plan, the next steps, if the board were to adopt this, would be to really look at how we want to staff this at a committee level, like we have our Treasury Oversight Committee or a Finance Committee, really looking at what the funding strategy would be for the conservative, moderately conservative, et cetera. And as a going forward basis, looking at, internally, what funds would we use to actually fund this? Right now, we have within a designated fund a retirement pre-funding that we've set aside in the past that would be an easy option to look at, but that's one-time funds. As a going forward basis, some of the strategies we could be looking at is, do we take 1% of general funds or 5% of general funds? Do we start to, if we sell capital assets, put a portion of that into the 115 plan. There are a lot of options that we can consider that would have to be brought back to the board and implemented as a county policy. So I bring this up just to assure the board that this wouldn't be a one-time done, we move on. There's a lot of work and active engagement that we would be looking at for this.
I'm ready. I think it's important, too, that, as you alluded to, there's a lot of policy discussion that's going to have to surround any kind of decision like this. I would even like to look at, for instance, at mid-year, we had salary savings of $2.18 million. Not to say you take that full amount, but if some of that could be earmarked and pulled across into an account like this, it is going to serve its intended purpose. So those are policy discussions I think the board needs to have as to how they want to fund this account and to what level of risk that they want to take in that funding. But that's to come at a later point.
Any other comments? So this is an action item asking whether we want to enter into this agreement with PARS. It's not going to cost us anything to open the account until we start putting funds into it. So we're looking for a motion some type to enter into this agreement.
I would move to enter into the agreement.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion by Mills and a second by Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. And we will be breaking for lunch now, and we will be coming back at 1:45. We're back from lunch. Madam Clerk, item number 22.
Item 22 is from the Public Works Department to accept the Calaveras Transit fiscal year 2016-17 year-end performance report.
Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. I would like to request to continue this item and bring back at a future meeting, hopefully soon. We need to make revisions to this final performance report based on information that we received late yesterday from the fiscal audit. There's a little bit of items that we need to clarify to be able to get back to you an accurate and complete report.
Okay. So any objections from the board? None? Any objections from the public? Staff? Okay. We will remove this item from today's agenda and look forward to it in the future.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item number 23.
Item 23 is also from Public Works to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement with California Rock Crusher Corporation for concrete and rubble grinding services at the Rock Creek Solid Waste Facility for the period of April 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019 for an amount not to exceed $150,000.
Mr. Krovitz.
Thank you. This item is for a services contract to enable us to process and reuse asphalt and concrete that is brought into the Rock Creek facility. We generally reuse that material on our roads and building winter pads for our work. We haven't had a contract in place for a year, and so we have some fairly large piles now that we need to reduce and reuse. We went out to bid, only received one response. This group is local and we've had them under contract before. So the recommendation, of course, is to authorize the execution of this agreement.
Any board questions? I have a couple questions, Mr. Krovitz. One is, we received this from various sources, various places, obviously contractors, whatever. And do we charge?
Yes, we do.
We do charge. And that scale that we use to charge, How old is that?
1997, I believe.
So we're due to maybe go through a nexus study in everything over there and bring it up to date on our charges, so we can at least charge recovery for what we are spending at the time.
That's the plan, sir. We have a drafted RFP for a services contract. That's one of the task orders. That's one of the tasks within that contract, and we're hoping to push that forward this year, this fiscal year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Supervisor Olvera, your light's on.
It is. Thank you, Chair. A question. Solid Waste Committee, would they have any engagement with this particular issue?
Not necessarily this item, but the nexus study that Supervisor Tofinelli spoke to, yes, absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was on the table for our next
Yes.
meeting. All right. Thank you.
Well, for public comments, any public comments on this?
Gregory Gustafson. That's my area where I live, so I have just a couple of questions. If they're going to be increasing the volume, is there going to be an increased time period during the day for which this crushing will take place? Is there a consideration to noise? I live in La Quintana, right over the hill. I know there's certain times of day where you can hear the crushing take place, and it's a large, you know.
This will be at the landfill.
Landfill only?
Yes.
So they're bringing in temporary equipment out there to do it with?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Contractor bring in equipment, crush it out there.
All right, thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion. I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp.
I'll second.
Second
Mr.
by
Chair.
Supervisor Olivera. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1. We're going on to item number 24. Oh, I think we'll have to take a break for about 30 or 40 minutes.
I don't think so.
Oh, no? I'm outnumbered. Madam Clerk.
So item 24 is from the Office of Emergency Services to receive a presentation and staff recommendations on associated 2017 storm damage recovery, specifically Murphy's Drive, and provide staff direction on options, and receive a presentation on emergency ingress and egress to existing subdivisions within urban and forest interface, and provide the Office of Emergency Services with policy recommendations for staff direction.
Mr. Lutz, should we need a 5-minute break for you to get the OES?
It would be helpful if I can at least grab Michelle. That would be wonderful.
I would concur, Mr. Chair. I was going to make that request.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. We have to get the OES officer in here. All right, we're back. Madam Clerk, item number 24. Did you read it? I don't think you read it. You already read it? Okay. Michelle, you're up.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry to be late. Michelle Patterson, OES Director for Calaveras County. Item 24 is an item, a presentation for the board where we're going to request some policy direction, but really circles back to the February 27th board meeting where we had public comment regarding the Murphy's Drive winter storm damage. So I'm actually just going to turn it over to Mr. Krovitz to give us an update on the winter storm damage, specifically the Murphy's Bridge.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. As you recall, this is one of the major damage sites that resulted from the 2017 winter storms. The two 48-inch culverts that were overwhelmed by the floodwater and washed out, causing collapse of the road. Murphy's Drive provides a link to Pine Brook, parts of Pine Brook subdivision from Moran Drive. We put this up as a high priority for Cal OES on our list of projects that were then forwarded up to FEMA. FEMA accepted it, and came out, investigated, put together under their new criteria, put together damage estimates, and I got this essentially project worksheet late fall of 2017. I had requested what's called hazard mitigation to support potential upsize in culverts and to also help fund hydrologic studies to verify that we don't put something back in place that then washes out in the future. As you recall, right after that, we approved a contract for a disaster recovery program manager, and it was anticipated that this work and this project would move to them to bring it forward. And it is one of the high priority task orders that they're currently preparing. The project, under a FEMA recovery scenario, will still require environmental clearance and environmental studies under NEPA. And that will include, as you're probably tired of hearing, archaeological, both historical and cultural, endangered species. These studies are anticipated to take anywhere from 4 to 6 months, and whether we take this project on without reimbursement or we do it within the current disaster recovery program under FEMA will take the same amount of time because the requirements are the same, at least for the archaeological resources and endangered species under CEQA. The current situation is that the road is closed. It's a detour. It's still a single way in and out of this subdivision. This provided a partial second way out, but not an entire second way out. And so the residents, as they brought forward at the 27th meeting of February, indicated that it's a high risk that they feel that they're living under. We provided a town hall meeting, Supervisor Oliveira and myself and Michelle Patterson, where we presented in a lot more detail than we have time here for now, the options that we were under, the risks of going one way or the other, and then dealt with additional issues in terms of ingress and egress to and from the subdivision, which is kind of a separate issue that we may get to onto this item as well. The policy question, I guess, that we are bringing in front of the board today is, does the board wish to proceed with a project without funding recovery, meaning that we will fund this out of the general fund, I'm assuming, or do we continue with the schedule of this project under the scenario where we are receiving reimbursement, which will likely take longer? There is obviously a third option to put a temporary crossing like we did at Blagan. However, the difference between the Blagan site and this site is I doubt that this site would rise to the level of FEMA recovery. The fact that it's been washed out for a year, the fact that there still is another access and egress, even though it's longer, would likely not make it reimbursable. So we would pay for a temporary bridge, and then in the future we'd pay for the replacement of these culverts, thereby doubling the cost, and the county would take essentially full responsibility. So that's the first issue in front of us today. Do we want to stop here and allow the community, or do you want me to continue?
Let's stop here. I've got a couple questions.
Sure.
First off, the current storms that we just had, has it degraded this site any more than what it was, or did we put anything into place to prevent any more washing out of it so it doesn't undermine even more of the road or anything? Have we looked at it since then?
We inspect it after every rain event, or snow event as it were, and no, it hasn't changed in the last year. But of course, recall that the passage where the culverts used to be allows a lot more capacity than we had with the culverts in place.
Well, there's nothing, yes.
So not only is the water moving through there at a lower level, but not as fast because it's not being forced into a pipe system.
And then the next question I have is, if the county takes this on with no recovery in order to move it along quicker, is there a possibility for the CEQA document that we can use a negative deck?
No, because there is no way to do this work without getting into the waters of the USA. Once you get into the waters of the USA, you then have requirements that are federal requirements and state requirements. And the state requirements under CEQA would be the 1600 series permits from the California State Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as a water quality permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So we don't escape those by going our own way.
Is there water flowing 365, or does it dry up in the summer months?
It's considered to be what we would title a blue line creek.
Mm-hmm.
So it's considered to be waters of the USA and therefore jurisdictional.
Okay. Supervisor Oliveira, you have a question?
I do have comments. Thank you, Chair. So if I understand this correctly, no matter which way we look at financing this project, we're going to have to at least do a CEQA.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go to FEMA financing, we're going to have to do a NEPA.
They will do the NEPA.
All right, so NEPA being the National Environmental Protection Act, CEQA being the California Quality Environmental Act. And there's no way we can get around that.
No.
That's a very strong statement to make, trying to get around regulation.
Mm-hmm.
What is the time difference, to the best of our knowledge, if we go ahead with this project on a county on a county dime? We know we have to go through CEQA and NEPA, or if we go through the FEMA process, how much time does that save us? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, Mr. Clovis.
and that's very difficult.
Maybe Michelle Patterson could help us with that one.
You know, I'm not sure that anybody could answer that. What I've discovered over the last 2.5 years on my involvement in these disasters is that if we choose to go the FEMA course, we have no control over the schedule. And regardless of whether FEMA gives us a schedule or not, they don't have a way to predict it either. If we go the CEQA course, it's a little bit more predictable, but it's not necessarily a time saver. Okay? So the things that you're asking about are very, very difficult to predict. The easiest thing to predict, of course, is if we had environmental clearance, how long would it take us to do the work? And you yourself, from your experience, know that it's a matter of weeks.
Absolutely.
So I can't really give you an answer on that, because the federal participation side of it, I have very little way of knowing, and the state participation side, we have several things that are up in the air in terms of how long does it take SHPO to respond to the request if we've discovered archaeological resources. That's kind of out in the air. Another thing is that if it is an environment that is if it's likely to possess an environment in which an endangered species could survive, one needs to do what are called protocol surveys, and protocol surveys have to occur within a certain time frame. So if we can't get out there in the spring, I'm thinking the May timeframe, to get those protocol surveys, you automatically lose a year, regardless of which choice is made in terms of a replacement option. So I don't want to make light of it, but we are caught with a closed road, damage from a storm, a declared event, and a choice of 2 or 3 not very good choices. All 3 will be expensive.
Okay, here's the real kicker question. What kind of money are we looking at? And I know that's a very vague question to bring to your attention, but what kind of money are we looking at?
The engineering estimates that I've made so far in Public Works that I did last May estimated construction costs in the $300,000 and $400,000 range, which would mean soft cost, support cost, conceivably the same amount of money. Okay? So you're talking 600,000 to 800,000 for a total project replacement. FEMA's opinion of cost is less. Their estimated cost, I believe, for this replacement was 186,000. So that would mean their estimate is between 200,000 and 400,000.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis.
Okay. Supervisor Mills, would you like time?
Yeah, I've been in the county a long time. I know this location very well. This is part of a larger problem and how it accesses Moran Road. And if we're going to accept federal and state strings and the delays that are caused by those strings and the limitations that will be caused by those strings, we'll in essence be putting back what we already lost. That's the best we're going to get. If we backed away from that concept and looked at it if it was our own project and the timelines that we would have if we didn't have OES or FEMA in the game, I guess the question would be, which makes more sense if we're trying to accomplish something quickly? As we talked about with White Pines Bridge, purchasing it versus leasing it versus whatever else we could do, there's a lot of options on the table. At some point, there's going to be another location in Calaveras County where there's going to be a need for a bridge. That's just reality. Sierra County has how many? That's a rhetorical question. It's okay.
I actually know.
The point is that because of that potential need, the cost of us owning a bridge outright, even if it's to be put in this location for whatever time is necessary, to me makes way more sense than just continuing to leave a gaping hole in the infrastructure. So I'm more interested in not just the cost component, but the timeline component if OES and FEMA was in it versus they were out of it and we were just going to do this on our own. And to what level do we want to make the other infrastructure corrections and upgrades that we feel are critical there one time for the next 50 to 100 years versus putting something back, which we're going to face again here in the next major event. We know it'll happen. And so where do we want to play? And I think, Michelle, that's your question, is what's that policy that we want to say, and how quickly do we want to move on getting that policy accomplished? It's not a money, to me, it's not a money issue. It's a timing issue.
Indeed, you're correct. The only thing that I would say is that the federal government allows what's called a hazard mitigation program that says if you can meet a certain benefit cost ratio, they will fund hazard mitigation to prevent the same thing from happening in the future or a similar disaster from happening in the future. So that would fit within the time frame of the federal program. If we take it on to improve or give betterments to this crossing, increase the capacity, slow the water down as it comes through the crossing, those two things are very important, we would fund everything. And so I understand what you're saying. You're comparing financial risk versus life safety risk versus time risk. What's the risk of not doing it? That falls into life safety, I believe.
And also the long-term rewards of doing it right the first time.
Right. Yeah. So there's a slight difference between this crossing and what we did up at White Pines in terms of width, length, cost. This one would be a more costly alternative if we went with a temporary bridge than what we did up at White Pines. But it would be very, very similar, and the time frame would be very similar.
Mr. Clovis, a temporary bridge of this type, that being a sexual structural.
A what structure?
A sexual structural design on a temporary bridge like we have at a component, if you will. So we can configure this bridge, this material, if you will, for another site under different circumstances.
And
so would it be feasible to actually county buy a temporary bridge? And if we can, install that, can we continue with the permanent repair under the FEMA program? I know we may have to do some studies, but is this an avenue we can at least look at?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was the intent on the White Pine site as well. And the ability to make a purchase of that structure at the end of a 20-month lease is still within our agreement. The timing, it would be lovely if the timing would be such that we could have Blagan ready to go and recover that structure, reconfigure it, add a few more of these component parts, as you said, to make it meet this site. Wider, not as long.
So, we could actually have two bridges that we can interchange those component parts and make one long bridge or several smaller bridges.
Correct.
So there would be benefit after this incident. Is that correct?
As long as we go with the same manufacturer.
Okay.
And that would require a finding by the board.
Okay.
Okay. So, but again, you will pay for the bridge and the cost of getting that installed, and you will pay for the project to replace the culverts.
Can you give us a ballpark on that cost?
Again, if we go with the temporary bridge, I believe that our total project costs up in White Pines were in the neighborhood of $300,000. The bridge itself would be more expensive because it would be a two-lane bridge. And then the rest of the costs in terms of building the approach roadway, since we don't want to have environmental impact, we would do the same scenario where we set it on the pavement and build up roads up to it. So I'm guessing that we're looking at a $400,000 bill, of which, $100,000 to $150,000 of it would be throwaway costs that we're not going to recover. When we go into the permanent project, we're going to take that material and recycle it or throw it away. And you'd keep the bridge in the middle for another day, for another site.
Mr. Lutz, if we decide as a board to go with this option, what would be the financing stream on that?
You have a couple options. Obviously, we have funds available in the teeter account. We also still have contingency funds budgeted for this fiscal year that we could draw from, which would be general fund. There were a number of options that we could address that certainly all of those accounts would be able to absorb that cost based on that temporary bridge discussion.
If we decide to go that way, what type of strain would that put on our other financial commitments for the rest of the operations of the county? Is there anything that would be eliminated or delayed to the point where it would be detrimental?
No, contingency is just that at this point. It's unallocated general fund that's there for these types of situations. The impact would be it would decrease our fund balance projections that we've been discussing. Teeter similarly is at this point in a designated fund, the Teeter fund, that would be used for capital projects, but at this point is not specifically earmarked.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lutz.
Supervisor Mills?
And to further your discussion, contingency is something that's required as a percentage of our budget by state law for exactly that reason, is to have it available should it be needed. The point still is that if we do an outright purchase of a bridge, in whatever configuration it is a capital asset. We would own it at the end, no matter what. So it isn't like we're leasing something and losing something in the lease process. I just want that to always be in the consideration as recoverable cost as an asset.
Well, that brings up another issue. Mr. Krovitz, are you aware of any county or municipality that went down this path and bought a temporary bridge and was able to lease, rent, or whatever, make use of that bridge to other entities to be a revenue generating issue?
Not under this scenario. Under different programs, yes, but not under a disaster recovery scenario.
Okay.
I'm not aware of it.
Sierra County's doing it.
Sierra County's
looking at all avenues here if we can.
Sierra and Plumas.
Plumas is another one. Right.
Plumas is the one I'm familiar with both of them. I actually worked on the Plumas project. They were purchasing a bridge for a detour, and they got credit against part of that purchase for the detour, and then they paid the balance and kept the bridge. Plumas's plan was to do that on two different structures. So they had two different bridges from the same manufacturer that gave them the freedom to have a long, narrow bridge or a short, wide bridge or anything in between.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Groves.
Thank you.
Could I speak with Chief Johnson, please?
Good afternoon, Mike Johnson, Evans Pass Fire.
Chief, how are you? Thank you very much for showing up today.
I'm great.
Did you draw the short straw to be here? Is that...
Sometimes, yeah, everybody gets their turn, right? No, it's a pleasure to be here.
Well, I need your expertise on something. How is our emergency response to Pine Brook and Blue Lake Springs 14, 15, 16?
Well, I'd say in generality terms, you're looking at about a 9-minute response from Evans Pass Station 1 right to that where Murphy's and Avery come together in that junction. Now, I believe the most impacted folks are the ones that are beyond that point that exit Murphy's Drive. And taking just a standard response, not code 3, takes about a minute and 20 seconds from our estimation from the farthest piece all the way out. And I think there's some folks here that could either support that or even have some different, residential numbers to get in and out of there. So in other words, from what I could figure, about another minute and 20 seconds of response for our folks to get back in there in the more severe impacted areas because of Murphy's Drive isn't there. So 9 minutes from the firehouse to one junction and then tack on another minute and 20 seconds to get to some of the places back in there that we could probably save some time by using Murphy's Drive if it were there.
Okay. So, simply stating, if we had a way to cross that void on Murphy's Drive, we could improve our response time by a minute and 20 seconds. Is that what we talked about?
I think that's a fair statement, and it's one thing when we're trying to put one engine and a couple of ambulances and a battalion chief into the residential area for our most common calls of a medical call. But then again, it's another thing too when we're asking residents to leave the area. There's a lot more places for them to go if we double the escape route, if you will. Mm-hmm. So that would probably even be more of an impact in the more rare but more severe situation of some sort of an evacuation from a myriad of different threats that people may need to be evacuated for. So yeah, I think it's twofold to that for sure.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Before you walk away.
Yes, sir.
Has there been any discussion or consideration about blowing a road, an emergency road or something across onto Love Creek?
Oh yeah, there has been. I think that's long time coming, and recent discussions with the land neighbor, if you will, SPI, have gone on over the last 6 to 7 months, and we've definitely they seem to be very willing to help improve an access point off of St. Moritz that brings you back down in the Love Creek area, and we're working on quite a few other things. I say we as in the interagency cooperation, whether it's Water District, CAL FIRE, SPI, or even the state, to try to connect some of those existing old logging roads, if you will, for all that area and throughout the area, really. But specifically for 14, 15, and 16, I think improving that St. Moritz and making it a designated escape route that would connect the Love Creek area to the backside there as only an emergency evacuation, wouldn't be open all the time, in other words, is a true reality that you'll see happen sooner rather than later. That's my gut feeling. And it also enhances the ability for the Love Creek folks as well to have a place for them to escape.
I was just thinking that, if we could generate the political will to start that discussion from even at this board level and have staff and everybody start thinking in that direction, that there needs to be a secondary access out of that area. It just has to be. And it's been going on now for decades. So this is not a new issue.
And I think that we do have a willing partner with SPI, and I think that that support, reaching out to them too, is a real positive one. How I think they've even talked about when the weather is right, that maybe you'll start seeing some of those, equipment in there to start to improve it. And those have been verbal conversations, so, I believe that's what's going to happen. I can't speak for that agency, but that's been some of the discussions.
And the grade changes that occur coming out of there, you have to think about your equipment and whether or not you can make a transition into that.
Yeah, currently, speaking of, I would feel comfortable with a fire pickup truck and even a Type 3, which is essentially what, our state foresting agency, CAL FIRE, operates, and most local agencies deploy to wildfires. So you could do it at the higher clearance vehicle currently, and hopefully with the improvements, we'll be able to do a lot more.
Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Supervisor Clapp, you have any questions or anything? No? Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comments on this subject. It's 3 minutes per person.
Is there going to be a test on what is being handed out here? Okay.
Here's a crayon.
My name is Les Olson. I want to thank the board for putting this topic on the agenda today. Our group, the Blue Lake Springs 14, 15, 16 Community Action Committee, attended the February 27th meeting of this board to illustrate the long festering safety issue of Murphy's Drive culvert crossing washout. At that time, we asked this board to take immediate action to remedy this dangerous situation. At the February 27th meeting, we illustrated the risk to life and safety presented by the year-long detour caused by the washout. Today, we bring you additional materials and guidelines to help this board prioritize immediate action. We have provided the board with several fire-safe regulations and governmental codes in California. I bolded many of the excerpts from them and in large type for us old guys. What many of these highlight is that they were prepared as basic or minimal wildfire protection standards. We're aware that many or all of these codes have become the statutes of the day long after our subdivision was approved and built. We know we can't retrofit our situation to the standards and codes of today, even though they illustrate the safe, we live in the forest. We also realize that the urban-wildlife interface is an evolving issue for those tasked with the fire safety. If we've learned anything from the firestorms in Sonoma, Napa, and Santa Barbara counties, it's that wildfire risk can be unpredictable, and that the safe egress for residents and ingress for CAL FIRE and Ebbets Pass are critical life safety considerations. The residents of 14, 15, and 16 are ready to maintain 100-foot clearances, practice fire safety, keep constant vigilance. Now we need the county to do its part to immediately repair the Murphy's Culvert crossing to protect the neighborhood access and egress should a wildfire event occur. Additionally, we realize that from your board notes and Jeff, that a solution to the culvert crossing is coming, as we've talked about earlier today. The crux of the issue seems to be at what pace. That being said, the question then becomes, what is acceptable risk for us? To the tax-paying residents of units 14, 15, and 16, when faced with forest in the throes of tree mortality and a heavy fuel load, the time is now. The possibility of living through 2 more fire seasons is not an acceptable risk. Thank you.
Gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Mark Worth, and I live in Unit 16 in Blue Lake subdivision. I'd I'd like to make a few comments. Due to my experience, I worked over 30 years in the fire service. I retired as a division chief in charge of fire operations in Fremont. Among my duties were developing response times for fire and medical emergencies. To me, money and life safety, forget it. There's only one thing to think about, and that's life and safety of these people. Our community has legitimate concerns about compromised response times, both into and out of our development. Since the loss of the culvert crossing on Murphy's Drive over 13 months ago, the potential for disastrous results are high with the road in its current state. We have an older demographic in our development. It's my experience from my job, we know that the brain starts to die 4 to 6 minutes without oxygen. A fire squares itself every minute. We respect and are more than satisfied with the job Mike Ebbets Pass Fire provides. It's probably the finest rural department I've seen around. But they have to be on the scene to do their job. We ask you to please take these life safety issues to heart. Avoid a tragedy that is a real possibility if this issue is not addressed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Mike Sobek. I live on Aspen Way, which is Unit 15. I come in front of you today to speak on behalf of the Murphy's Drive Culvert Crossing. I'm recently retired lieutenant with the Bay Area Police Department with over 33 years of experience. And when I retired 5 months ago, we decided to move up here where we've had our cabin for the last 17 years. And I want to speak on behalf of this issue from a public safety perspective. I've been in part of 2 major incidents in my career, the Loma Prieta earthquake and the Oakland Hills fire, and I know what poor planning can do to a community, a city, and a county. I was quoted in the paper the other day as saying that this washout culvert crossing, that we are living in a death trap up there, and I stand by those words. We are absolutely living in a death trap. But what is also important to me is our first responders. And I think about them because that was my life for so long. And I wonder what a deputy sheriff responding to a call, maybe a break-in or a domestic dispute, and what if that officer was in a fight with a suspect up there? And the chief was right. It's about 1 minute and 20 seconds extra to go around instead of going through Murphy's Drive. And what used to be a mere 20 seconds to go from Murphy's to Avery is now that long. And I can be overly dramatic and stand here for 1 minute and 20 seconds to really, really show you how long that is. And I wouldn't want any of our deputies in our county to be involved in something that long without a cover officer responding to that call for that extra 1 minute and 20 seconds. I'm not going to do that, but I want you to please understand that it needs to be addressed now. It needs to be taken care of now. And please vote yes on this, the affirmative, to get this done. So no one loses a life because we did not decide that, or you did not decide that it was a priority for us. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Olson. The Community Action Committee wrote a petition, which you have in front of you. We gathered 119 signatures asking that the repair of the Murphy's Drive culvert crossing be expedited and completed as soon as possible. This culvert crossing is a critical transportation and public safety link, as identified in the petition, between the surrounding communities and the 192 full-time residents living in 14, 15, and 16. This road closure left residents with only a single ingress and egress route in the case of a major emergency, which creates an unacceptable risk to health and safety. All of the codes that our committee provided you in your packets speak to the safe access of emergency wildland fire equipment and civilian evacuation concurrently. This does not exist right now. We ask that you and the related agencies prioritize this repair and expedite the process of funding, permitting, design, and construction of the Murphy's Drive culvert crossing as soon as possible. In case of a life-threatening disaster with no real evacuation route in place that will work well, if at all, case in point, a downed tree closed the detour evacuation route to any vehicles for several hours on March 16th. God forbid anyone fell over from shoveling their driveways that day. Without the Murphy's Culvert crossing available, there was no ingress, no egress into units 14, 15, and 16 by any vehicles whatsoever. I know because I was shoveling and heard no noises coming up the hill. Snow and road conditions also affect how easily the streets on the evacuation route can be accessed. In addressing the Murphy's Road closure, we identified a serious bottleneck that will exist in a large evacuation of residents along Avery Drive. There is no access to units 14, 15, and 16 without the use of Avery Drive. This short street requires widening so that concurrent evacuation and emergency vehicle ingress and egress can occur during a disaster, as well as in the winter when icy conditions on this road often block the route. While we focus today on the Murphy's Culvert crossing, we believe that the work on Avery Drive should also be completed in conjunction with that road work to really ensure public safety back there. We've gathered 112 signatures on a petition asking for this work to be completed as soon as possible as well. In our appearance here on February 27th, we were under the impression that there were few funds to deal with all of these issues. However, at the road closure town hall on March 10th in Arnold, it was stated that several million dollars had been identified.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
That's it.
Sorry, guys.
Good afternoon. I'm Joyce Perrondi, and I'm a full-time resident on Grand Tetons in Arnold. I'm also a part of the committee for units 14, 15, and 16. I talked to Sam Bearing Towing Company, which is located in Murphy's, and they also do all the AAA towing. And they provided me with a little bit of information. They said they respond to the Avery, Murphy's Drive in Avery approximately once a month, and sometimes it's multiple, they have to deploy multiple trucks at the same time to handle these emergencies. So again, I want to reiterate the former speaker Jane's comment that if there was a block situation on Avery Drive, there is no access in or out for us. I'd like to finish by quoting a statement by Al Segala, who's a member of the Taxpayers Association. He made this statement at the board meeting on February 27th, and I quote, "You really shouldn't have to have a bunch of citizens come here to lobby you to fix a bridge. So I ask, please be proactive in getting this life-threatening issue resolved this year." Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Sachs, and I live in Unit 15 of Blue Lake Springs. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my neighbors and friends make their plea to encourage you to authorize the County Roads Department to begin the restoration of Murphy's Drive culvert crossing. Rather than rehashing what they have said, all I can say is ditto. We need our crossing back. It is imperative that this repair is done sooner rather than later for the many reasons you have heard today. And it is also important to note that to delay will increase the cost of the county by thousands of dollars. The damage to alternate access roads into units 14 through 16 will create the need for even more costly repairs of the roads in the area. As an example, county road maintenance crews valiantly repair the potholes and surface damage to Flanders Drive, which is in the pictures that I just passed around, which is also the dam for Pine Brook Lake. Flanders Drive is being seriously damaged due to the dramatic increase in traffic on this stretch of road. But sadly, the repairs last less than 4 days, as you can see from these pictures. Those pictures were taken 4 days after the road was patched. If we lose the Flanders Drive access, we will be in an even more serious life-threatening situation for several hundred additional homeowners in the Pine Brook area and Blue Lake Springs area. Units 14 through 16 would be trapped in their homes without no emergency service access to the area. I pray you have heard our concerns and will have the compassion to vote on this matter tonight so that badly needed repairs to the Murphy Drive culvert crossing can begin immediately and be completed before the 2018 fire season. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chairman, member of the boards, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ramona Green, and I live on Aspen Way in Unit 15 as well. I know you've already heard, and will hear more, I'm sure, from the residents of Units 14, 15, and 16 of the safety concerns regarding the status of the Murphy's Drive culvert crossing. Let me please state that I, too, am extremely concerned, but I'm not going to reiterate what's already been stated. I would like to address this point. At a recent meeting concerning this issue, I heard the comment addressed to us, the residents, that we chose to live here. Yes, we did choose to live here. Yes, I did choose to live here too. But when I chose to live here, there were two exit points. I could turn either left on Murphy's Drive or I could turn right on Murphy's Drive. I could go down the path, I could go to the right and go up, or I could even go across town. But today I can only go one way. I can only go right on Murphy's. Does this concern me? Yes, it does. Would I choose to live here today? Absolutely not. Not with only one exit point. Several weeks ago, during one of our earlier storms, a young lady living in our area, our neighbor, could only turn right. The road was extremely icy, and she ended up going off the road over a 3-foot embankment. Luckily, she was not injured. 2 weeks ago, during the big snowstorm, a young couple in our area were going out and could only turn right. But they couldn't take the detour because, as you heard, a tree was down on Douglas. Even with a super-duper 4-wheel drive truck, they still got stuck in the snow. While putting on the chains, the truck slid and nearly pinned the woman down. Again, luckily, no one was injured. So, again, I say, today I would not choose to live here. Knowing what you now know, would you choose to live here today with only one exit route? Would you choose to have your family live here with only one exit point? If yes, you are much braver than I am, and you're not imagining that that young lady could be your daughter, or that young couple could be your children, or perhaps even one of your spouses. If no, please choose to vote here today to have the work begin on the repairs as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name's Lawrence Perandi, or good afternoon, sorry. My name's Lawrence Perandi, and I'm also a member of the Community Action Committee, Units 14, 15, and 16. I'd like to start by addressing the life-threatening urgency the residents of our subdivision could easily be facing as we enter into our summer months and fire season this year. First, there's been at least 3 lengthy newspaper articles published recently stating that the Avery Drive bottleneck is a potential death trap waiting to happen in the event of a major fire. This happens when residents are trying to flee the area while emergency vehicles are trying to access the area. These articles were in the Union Democrat on March 10th and the Calaveras Enterprise February 15th and March 15th. With that said, if I may, I'd like to appeal to you from a more of a humanitarian standpoint. Please please take a moment to think about the 190-plus full-time residents of our subdivision as if they were your family members, children, grandchildren, parents, grandparents. There's a major fire this year with loss of life. In addition, children or adults who live but burn beyond recognition. Could you live with yourself if you were the one that didn't approve the funding and it was your loved one dead or lived but burned severely beyond recognition? I don't know if I could. I have a family member that was severely burned at 7 years old. You could not recognize that child. Today, at 33 years old, and after 30-plus surgeries, not much better. Believe me, we don't need another Oakland Hills or Wine Country firestorm, which left over 64 dead, and who knows how many are suffering today from severe burns. Please approve the funding, expedite the process, and start the construction this summer. We would like this agenda item to be voted on today and would appreciate a start target date. It's the right thing to do. I'd like to finish up, and I asked well, thank you. I'll just let it go at that.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Brian Wilkes, Fire Chief of Murphy's Fire District. But I'd like to speak as someone that grew up and was raised along that river right on the other side of Murphy's Drive there on Vallecito. One of our additional concerns is in the wintertime, if this doesn't get done in time, is the fact that Flanders Drive is also a culvert crossing that holds the dam up to Pine Brook Lake. If those culverts go, just as the ones downstream did, there's not going to be access either way. So just as consideration as you're thinking about this, thank you.
All right, seeing no other public comments, we'll bring it back to the board. Comments, staff questions?
I would probably be supporting you folks, but I'd like to make some statements. I'd like to ask two questions. Has there ever been a fatality there yet? Has anyone died there yet? So you had a death there already?
We're old people back there.
No, I'm talking about with the accident. So no one's died because that bridge being gone. That's the question.
What I thought you were saying is anybody expired back there.
Yeah. Okay. Because I have a problem here, and so don't think I'm putting you guys down. I'm using you guys for my district too while we're here, because I have a place. The same thing. Mine would just be striping. Put stripings on the road, because I need a turn pocket, and I already had a fatality on the road because there's no striping there. We're in the process of putting another 172 homes in one subdivision, 98 in another subdivision on top of these roads that's already bad, that's servicing about 5,000 homes. I have a sidewalk that's not put in, that I have people having to walk across the street into the middle of an intersection and stuff. So I will probably be supporting you folks, but I want the same support from my district. My district was dumped on several years ago. I have a fatality there. It's horrible, and I need the support from the board to help me fix that. And we're talking $10,000s of dollars, not hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank you, guys.
Any other board comments? Questions? Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on.
Thank you, Chair. No doubt, this is in my district. You folks are my people, just like the other 44,000 people in this county. But I'm going to be selfish here. I've been on those roads in an emergency vehicle. I know where 14, 15, and 16 are. And I know that we can't wave a wand and make this happen tomorrow. But I'm prepared to make a motion that the county expend the funds to get this problem addressed as soon as we can, the best way we can, and not turn our eyes to the rest of the problems in the county. I would support this, and I want to thank everybody for making their presence known in their presentation, and I thank you.
Could I have a clarification? There's a motion up, but we were talking 3 options, I believe, from Jeff's.
No, I wouldn't make the motion just yet. I just want to make a comment.
Oh, okay, because I just want to know which motion.
No, that wasn't a motion at this time.
Supervisor Mills.
Something else that was included in the packet has to do with directing the county staff regarding other roads and all of
this was
that.
just the first part of it. And
Yeah.
we were going to separate it because these people wanted to talk specifically on Murphy's Drive.
That's what I was thinking is
We
that-
have a second presentation regarding other subdivisions that are allowed to be built with just one ingress.
Okay.
And not ingress and egress going in and out.
So the question before us at this point then would be to find what is the consensus of the board to option 1, purchasing a bridge outright, leasing a bridge, doing whatever. We've all got to work through that, decide what's best.
Well, it needs to come back to board. We're just asking for staff direction on which way to go, and then it will come back to us for our option on what we would like to do: purchase a temporary bridge, go forward with FEMA, what our direction. But we need to give staff direction on which way to pursue to bring back to us, and it's due to come back to us on April 10th, which is the next board meeting. If you want to pursue that and give direction for this item now, and then hear the second part of this, and then give direction for that part, then we can do that.
Mr. Chair, if we bifurcate this and give direction on this first issue,
Sure.
I think that might be able to give us a clear path to go.
Let's poll. Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, I'm on board.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
I'm on board, so
I am also.
you're up, your district. Would you like to be the first to go off on direction and what you would like to see done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I would. I think we need to direct staff, both OES and Public Works, within their means to bring back options. And I would suggest option 1 would be a FEMA finance program. And option 2 would be a total fix on revenues from the county. And option 3 would be a temporary bridge and hopefully some financing stream from FEMA for the permanent repair. And that's, we can modify that to whatever which way staff seems to present that. Do we understand each other? Am I clear on that?
You are, but I have a before you go forward with that, Mr. Krovitz, you made a statement that this is United States waterway. So I'm assuming that the Corps would have jurisdiction over this. I would like to make a suggestion. I'm on board with what you have said. But I would like to make a suggestion that Mr. Krovitz, myself, as chair, Supervisor Oliveira, and CAO contact the Corps in Sacramento and ask for a meeting with them in hopes that we can present to them the emergency necessity for them to accept a negative deck on us completing the emergency needed repairs or construction to go forward with the needed repairs of this road.
Mr. Chair, I concur with that, and would be happy to be part of that committee.
Supervisor Clapp,
I would second that even.
Supervisor Mills.
I'd like to be sure that we add some type of guarantee of timelines, and we're looking at costs, but also how quickly can things move along? I think
I think that can be brought back to us on April 10th.
that's what I'm asking for, is to be sure that that's included in that discussion.
Absolutely.
So we look at that cost benefit and say which one makes the best sense based upon timing as well. So
I have a question or clarification for the April 10th piece, since I don't want to set an unreasonable expectation. I don't currently have something slotted to come back on April 10th.
I thought we had talked on the 10th to bring it back. If worst case scenario, if we can't make the 10th, can we make the 24th?
24th or the 17th if
Or the
we needed
17th,
to at this
yeah,
point,
17th,
yes.
24th. Okay?
Is there a possibility to make it April 10th, Mr. Lutz?
Yeah, we have had that conversation,
Okay.
but we'll look at bringing it as soon as possible. If we can get to the 10th. I would like to meet with the Corps next week.
Okay. One question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Krovitz, Ms. Patterson, do you have current resources to complete that direction that was just given to you? I mean, do you need anything that the board needs to approve right now? We can't ask you to do a job without giving you the tools.
If we could utilize our disaster recovery program manager for this series of tasks,
And
that
I
would...
apologize for leaving OES out of it. Yes, Michelle, certainly part of it.
Then, I don't know how quickly they can respond because we don't have this currently as a described, defined, and adopted task. So I don't know how long it would take to put that together, and if they're...
We can meet as early as tomorrow and go over it, but I think the necessity with the timeline to get something done before the oncoming fire season is certainly something that I would hope would get their attention and we could work forward on it. So we can meet and talk about it, have that discussion as early as tomorrow if everybody's available.
I can be in the morning. We have an afternoon inspection of the Utica flu. Yeah.
I'm available in the morning.
I'm scheduled to go to Monterey.
You scheduled to be in Monterey? No, we can meet with Michelle. You meet in the morning? Okay. How about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning?
Where at?
Here at the conference room?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so is that direction? Did we all agree on that? We've given direction to staff? Okay. Move on to item number 2 on this.
I guess I will kick this off again. A lot has already been said in reference to the item of access and egress. Most of the subdivisions up at the Highway 4 corridor within this urban wildland interface or urban forest interface were approved prior to the changes in the Fire Safe Code. Changes to the Fire Safe Code would not have allowed these subdivisions to be approved without two distinct means of access and egress. That Fire Safe Code describes that pre-existing conditions would be legally non-conforming. They could exist, but they could not be forced to, for example, upgrade a driveway, upgrade a long driveway to meet the current code. The Fire Safe Code also doesn't require a government entity to correct their roads to meet the new Fire Safe Code. Regardless of that, the RIM program, which attempts to raise funds for road improvements based on future development and assigning of a proportionate responsibility for the impacts of that future development, contemplated the widening of Moran Road when it was first put together early in this century. The bottom line here is that For us to do the widening that's being asked, it would need to be programmed as a capital project. Right-of-way would need to be acquired. Environmental documentation would need to be cleared. You're looking at a 5 or a 6 year project. So these are very long-term, and they're also very pricey. The 5 miles of Moran Drive was subject to an update study in the RIM program. It was estimated that 5 miles in 2008 would be $22 million. Shorter sections, of course, would be less. So, in a way, it's a policy decision. It's also a resource decision. And if we do it for one, we do it for all, I would assume. This is not the only subdivision we're talking about with this type of a...
There are many throughout the county.
Many.
Not just up there. I live in one myself.
Yeah. And it's not just up there.
It's not just up there.
It's a countywide problem.
It's a countywide problem that was allowed before. Correct.
No. Back when they thought one access and egress was fine.
Before the fire codes, yes.
Yeah. So that's the nature of where I think that we are at. And I am not discounting the need. I'm not discounting the danger. And I'm not discounting the threat to life safety or to our first responders. Merely questioning our ability to do this, given our resources, financial and human.
Any questions? Mr. Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
RIM fees are probably going to be a tender area for me because, as you know, the majority of the subdivisions that have blown up have been either in District 5 or in District 4 in Copperopolis. That means the majority of the RIM fee money came from those two areas. And they have been forced to build their roads to the PRC standard. These roads we're talking about in these other areas, and I defer to places like Mineral Mountain or other remote subdivisions which never paid into any RIM fees at all during that time. So I would like to be sure that if we expend RIM fee money to make these kind of repairs, that it be done holistically and to be thinking about in the same way that we looked at our capital improvement projects in the past, that it be looked at from the perspective of what are the life safety issues, how many vehicles are on the road, all of those criteria that we'd used before would go into this kind of decision as well before we made any kind of decision.
Is there not a list of priorities for the RIM fees? And is this on the top of the list?
It is on the list. It is not on the top of the list. And again, the only one on the list currently in this area is Moran Drive. And you also have to understand that the RIM fee is not, the way it was developed, the way the nexus was defined, it is not the sole funding source. It funds its proportion.
That's correct.
So I feel like it is, again, without resources, regardless of whether I have a RIM fee program that I can apply these monies to or not, the current balance of my RIM fee isn't going to take care of anywhere near what we're looking at here. And if we're expecting it to come out of other roads and bridges funds, that's not going to happen. There are other grant potentials that are outside of Public Works purview that I'm not overly aware of. Just assuming that potential for fire safe grants or things like that. But I see a problem here. I don't necessarily see a solution. And I wish I could bring something stronger to the table.
Well, it's giving this item in our board packet is asking for direction, and 3 of the items is asking for direction, and saying to bring back, it says, direct staff RES, economic development, planning, COG, and public works staff to identify subdivisions with limited access within the county in a prioritized order based upon number of full-time residents served by the primary limited access road, regional importance as defined by emergency service providers, and access to commercial and public services, and project funding viability based upon limited local funding. So you're asking for direction for these departments to come back with that information to us for us to discuss and go forward with some type of plan to address all of this. Is that not what we're being asked to do today for this item?
Yes, I wrote those things.
Okay. I mean, because I'm not sure, you know, in my opinion, it would be beneficial to all of us, and especially all of these departments that we've listed here, to at least have an identification of the number of magnitude of these subdivisions that we are dealing with within the county, and to identify the regional importance of each one of those. I think that, in my opinion, is probably a very good idea. So we're at least have access and knowledge of it, and can at some point have a discussion on, again, some type of plan to address it going forward. Supervisor Mills?
Thank you. Again, I have to defer because of my being involved with the fire service myself. Limited access always means where I'm going, can I get away? Can I get out? And there's many places in this county where maps don't give you the opportunity to identify, is this a place I have to back into instead of drive into? And I see a gentleman out there who knows what I'm talking about. As well as the slope for Avery Drive, for instance. How big a slope is that road? I've been down that thing with a 4-wheel drive in the snow. I know exactly what you're talking about. Then take a right there? Don't know how. Those are the questions that need to be in this criteria, is we have to take into account the terrain, as well as the certain times of the year when your ability to make a specific turn or an entry exit might be difficult. And it isn't just about fires. It's about, in all conditions, how do we safely make the maneuvering that we have to do with a Type 1 fire engine to be able to not get hung up in a corner. And if you hang one up, as we had a Napa County engine hang up on Murphy's Drive during the old Gulch fire, we had to get a cat out there, pick up his tailboard to get him away from the driveway. Those kind of things we need to think about. And PRC 4290 started to address that, but it didn't fix all of the history decisions that we've made prior to it. And so if that is part of what we're trying to accomplish here, is to identify those areas where they become critical choke points to our successful ability to operate our emergency equipment in the urban interface, then let's go that direction. But if it's strictly because of an access issue by itself, that's not sufficient.
Okay, I'm at this point opening it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Yeah, Mark Worth again. Appreciate your comment, Supervisor Mills. You know what you're talking about. I was at the Oakland Hills fire too, and engines coming in and people getting out, it's a big, big problem. That's why a lot of people died. But one thing, and I'm not sure if this is the right place to make this suggestion, but I always thought that if we do have a evacuation in that area, that Moran Road should be taken over with traffic control and be made one way, all the way down, so that no cars can come up, so that people have a steady stream all the way to Highway 4. And I don't know who to address for that. If Mike? Yeah. I think that's a good start for getting people out of there safely. I've been through the Gulch fire up here on a strike team, been to the Darby, Butte fires through that. Some we go up, some we go down. We don't know which way we're going to have to evacuate. But anyway, I wanted to make those comments. I've also been in a box to the hospital down Moran Road. So I know that my trip to the hospital would have been not as expedient if it wasn't for that culvert being there and going straight down Moran. So there's a lot of things here, and I know it's a major problem, but I thank you for hearing this anyway. Thank you.
Again, to remind you, this is about the second item on here on ingress and egress on subdivisions. Okay, we've already gone over the other one.
My apologies.
Okay. Any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Mills?
Well, it's interesting, the gentleman mentioned Old Gulch. My strike team, including Ebbets Pass, was initial attack on Old Gulch. It was a Sunday, and if you recall, and it was 103 degrees, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and that broke out. I have pictures of it in the trunk of my car. So it just brings home that it isn't so much about how we move people, but how we move our emergency equipment around people in those critical times. And as you found in Oakland Hills, there were people who were following your engines thinking you were the safe exit out, and all it did was made it worse. So we have to consider those choke points as being the primary reason we're talking about limited access. If we focus on that first, then I think we'll identify very quickly where those key components are.
Okay. Want to give staff direction on this item in any way? Any comments?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, $22 million, despite what people may believe. I don't think the county has $22 million to put towards this project. So if it's going to be completed, it has to be completed in phases. It is a serious health issue, emergency access. There are some things we can do in crisis times. A good suggestion was maybe make Moran Road one way, but those decisions are made in the operations center when we have a crisis, and those decisions are made basically by Cal Fire, and then law enforcement is instructed which avenues to block or which avenues to make one way or whatever. Unfortunately, we don't have that information at our hands at the time we need to. So that's one thing that we're going to have to work on, Michelle. We're going to have to work on better planning in conjunction with CAL FIRE. Because as you well know, if you're in public service, if we have a wildland fire situation, CAL FIRE is the boss. They take over. Our local fire is at their direction. I have personal experience with that with the Butte Fire up in the command center. But let's talk about what we can do in the future about Moran Road and Avery Road and getting those things where they should be. Folks, it's going to be a long process. I wish I could sit here and tell you that we can get that done by next year. But $22 million, just, I don't see it in this county in the next year or so. So we have to bite off like the piece of the elephant that we can chew. And hopefully we keep that going. At this point, I would recommend that we keep it on the list. We keep our eyes and ears open, see what we can do to improve that position on the list, but accept the possibility that we can't do the impossible. And we can't pay for the impossible with what we don't have. So.
I would suggest, first, I would like to ask a question. Mr. Krobus, do you know when the last time the RIM fee list was brought before the board to reevaluate?
At least 6 years, I think.
6 years?
I think it's
So
approximately
we're
6.
about due, maybe?
We're due.
We're due. So can we give direction to at least bring the RIM fee schedule back to this board for us to review it and maybe have a discussion on it? To maybe reset some priorities on it and see where we are fund-wise in it. And I think there's other fees out there that are collected specifically for roads when developments come in. So, I'm talking about the Valley Springs Basin.
Benefit basins?
Yeah, benefit basin, if there's other ones in other areas.
I don't have any up there right now that I know.
Not up there, but.
No, I'm talking about up in the...
Yeah, but we're talking the entire RIM fees thing. So if you could bring some of those things back to us for a discussion, and maybe we can look at reprioritizing some of that. If you can do that.
Yeah, I'd like to see the benefit basins included in this discussion.
Benefit basins.
Exactly.
Whatever ones are out there. Okay.
Do you need a poll on that?
You take Supervisor Platt?
Yes.
Yes. Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Yes.
And I'm a yes too. So hopefully that gives some direction. And so we will move on to the next item. Madam Clerk, item number 25. You guys, is it item 25 driving you out, or?
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. I don't want to screw it up.
Thank you. Thank you for spending your day with us.
We could appoint them to a bunch of boards. Let's appoint them to a bunch of boards while they're here.
Item 25 is from the Board of Supervisors, the appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. Today we have 3 applications for 2 vacancies. The first is on the law library. There's 1 vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2018 for an attorney or general public member. We have applications from Kenneth Arola and from Ann Pestalozzi, who was the incumbent. The second one is for the Mental Health Board, 1 vacancy for a term ending 12/31/2019 for a general public representative. We have an application from Emily Smith.
Okay. We can take these both together unless we want to have somebody who wants to separate them for a reason.
Well, we
Mr.
gotta
Chair, I'd like to
decide
separate them.
We got to decide on one of them. There's 2.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to
You're right. I'm
bifurcate
sorry.
them.
I'm incorrect. On one of them there's 2. So can we take the Mental Health Board, Emily Smith, first?
If you'd like, and I do have a question, Mr. Chair. I noticed on the application that Ms. Smith is she of adult age of 18?
She is not, and we do have parental permission included in your agenda packet.
Okay.
And we have a recommendation from Supervisor Garamendi.
Then we can, is there any restriction on placing an adult, or is a recommendation or the qualification of voter in the county?
No.
I researched the issue of her age, and I could not find any basis for exclusion. We figured just for insurance purposes to require parental permission.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Additionally, Ms. Smith does become 18, I believe, next month.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Answers my question.
So, any other questions on this item? Any public comment on this item? If not, I'll come back for a motion for this item on Mental Health Board.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 401. Now we'll move on to the Law Library. We have 1 vacancy and 2 people that applied for it. I see 3 lights on.
I'm wondering who's the incumbent here?
Ms. Pestalozzi.
Because Mr. Rolla also states himself as the incumbent on his application.
No, his term had expired. He did not serve last year.
Okay.
He's a prior incumbent.
Madam Clerk, is there a requirement to have an attorney on the law library?
No, it needs to be an attorney or a member of the general public.
Okay. How many general public members do we have now on that committee?
We have, right now, none. We had Ms. Pestalozzi. We do have an attorney currently appointed. It's Steve Calente.
Okay.
Salente, sorry.
So we have here a nomination or a motion or discussion, preference?
Well, I'd like to see a citizen member be on this board, if it is one of the things that can be done. Just hear the rest of the
Mr.
board's
Chair?
opinion.
Supervisor Oliveira.
It's my understanding and my experience that the Board of Supervisors chair sits on this board.
That's correct. I do sit on this board.
And that will rotate when the chairman or chairperson of the board rotates out. During my tenure as chair, I did serve with
Pestalozzi.
Ms. Pestalozzi. I found her to be a very dedicated person to that and committed to the library. But I've got to be honest, I've also dealt with Mr. Kenarola, and I found him to be very competent too. So I think either choice would be a fine asset to the board. Just which one do we choose?
You want to flip a coin?
No.
Well, do I have a motion for either one of them? Do I have a motion for Pestalozzi? Or do I have one for Arola?
I would move for Kestarozzi.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira for Pestalozzi.
We either do that or we get the short straws going.
I know.
So
is that
I
a
will,
second?
I will second that, save us
That's a
the.
second. So is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board and call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1.
No way.
So, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 532.32.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Okay, we will start with Supervisor Clapp. Your light's
Hey,
on, you
yeah.
raise your hand.
Hey, anyway, I didn't cost the county any money this last week, but I did go to the Ginny Lynn Fire because my buddy Dick Brown got a badge, and he's now the official chaplain there. So, and I believe there was 2 other gentlemen were dedicated with badges too. And it was a nice ceremony, and so I enjoyed that. But I had to, that's the only meeting I was really at.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Well, I guess I expended money. Attended Mountain Counties up in Auburn. This was a general discussion. One of the most interesting parts is, the Butte Fire was in 2015. And La Contena's upgrade of their treatment plant has yet to be fully completed and operational. Now we're going to be nearly 3 years. So that's something to consider, is infrastructure and how long it takes to recover infrastructure post-fire or any of these emergencies. They also discussed some new engineering advances and data acquisition advances, including how quickly drones are evolving in the system for infrared as well as looking for cracks, things that you just normally can't put a person there. They can use drones very quickly for data acquisition. We have a tour of the Utica water system tomorrow. Be meeting with Congressman McClintock this afternoon on his support for AB 142 Wild and Scenic with the 5 provisions that have been recommended. April 10th, there will be a Mountain Counties meeting at 3 p.m. in the San Andreas Town Hall for those that are interested in attending. And there's also one on the 13th up in Placerville on water rights.
the Bay Delta plan and the recent Byron Bethany decision, and how that plays into some of the water rights that we have in our county. As a source county, it's very important to understand that we do have some priorities, and we have the ability to maintain those if we are involved in the political process. So I appreciate everything that everybody's doing on those projects. That's all I have.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday I attended with Chairman Tofinelli the Central Sierra Child Support Committee, our annual quarterly meeting, and I must say, and I think you'll agree with me, that is one agency that's run pretty darn good.
It is.
They're very impressive. I'm glad to be on that committee, and I want to commend them doing a good job for not only the state, but for the county of Calaveras. I want to take a personal note here, and I was just informed by email that an event scheduled for April 3rd involving some folks are going to take place. I want to say I'm very happy that Marita Calloway is in better health and will be able to attend. I was just notified of that, so I understand she had a bout in the hospital, so that's good.
She had pneumonia, and she was in the hospital. That's my understanding. I spoke with her yesterday, and she is to be released today. So,
good. Thank you, sir.
going home.
Other than that, I'll be attending the tour with Supervisor Mills up in Murphy's area, and I will be also meeting with Congressman McClintock tonight in Murphy's. Thank you, Chair.
And I have nothing to report. I will go to staff. CAO, let's. No? County Council, no? Board Clerk, do you have an announcement?
I do. I just wanted to announce that the Friends of the Library held their annual Trivia Bee on Saturday night, and they had a great turnout of people and support, and my condolences to your team for not making it to the finals.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. They were some very, I've been involved in that for many years. Geez, it's probably 10 or 12. And the questions asked on Saturday night regarding Highway 49 were some of the toughest questions that were ever asked at the Trivia Bee. I don't think, they went to sudden death with 3 groups, and it took them, 4 questions before they even got a winner, because nobody knew the answer to the first or second or the third questions in sudden death. And it only took you your group answering 1 question to win it. But the questions were just that tough. And I think just 2, yet to get in the third round, the 3 finalists that got out of the last round, they only answered 2 of the 8 questions because they were that difficult. They were just very difficult. So thanks for bringing that up, Diane. Anyway, if that's it, we are adjourned.